Let's record to this to the cloud. Let's record to the cloud. Right. Okay. I think we're good here, people. Let me make sure I'm live. Everyone. I think I'm live. Oh, yeah. So let me just cash that out. Okay, well, welcome everybody. As you can see, I look ridiculous as I am in the lab. And there are rules to follow in the lab. Kind of breaching them with this over my above my ears. But welcome to Hash Church episode. Well, it's first season 12, episode 22. I've been looking forward to this. This is part two of the cryo episode with TJ and the original Resinator team. Of course, I'm going to go about my day here. Yes, I am live. Thank you, Booth 966. You are a helpful friend. So as always, we are going to shout out our sponsors. So let me just slowly organize that. Let me organize. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for right there. Sorry, I've got my smaller computer today and shit is stashed. Okay. Man, I'm excited. I've got a big day today. I'm in the lab all day for 10 hours. I'm basically processing hash. So I'm going to be doing that and doing this simultaneously. So let's just see first and foremost. Oh, yeah, that is right. I did hit the right button. So we're going to start with our good friends at the Press Club because they are awesome supporters of Hash Church. Okay, so today's episode of Hash Church is proudly supported by the Press Club. The California brothers obsessed with hash and everything solventless, just like us. Hello. Their journey didn't start as a business, it started as a family. Back in 2014, when a loved one wasn't finding relief through conventional medicine, they turned back to the plant they'd respected their whole lives. We got to get the press club on here to go deeper into that story for us one of these days. I'd love to have them come on and share that story. They knew cannabis had medicinal power, but they needed something cleaner, and that search led them to Solventless. I feel like I was a part of that search. Using nothing but water, heat, and pressure to let the plant express itself honestly, that light bulb moment turned into washing, pressing, experimenting, and eventually realizing how hard it was to find truly high quality rosin bags and solventless tools that were made in America and still affordable. Not a lie. So they did what real hash had to do. They built the solution themselves. The Press Club stands for clean, processed, conscious intention, and tools made by people who actually live the culture, not corporations chasing trends. We are extremely grateful to have the Press Club supporting Hash Church and the wider solventless community, family run, purpose driven, and rooted in why hash matters in the first place. Much love to you guys, Jeffrey and the Press Club, and thank you for supporting Hash Church. It makes a difference to us. It really does. At Hash Church, we talk a lot about the ritual and respect for the plant and elevating the experience. And that's exactly why we're proud to be supported by Puffco, because they literally do all three of those things. They set the standard for modern consumption with tools built for people who can truly care about flavor, temperature, and intentional use. You've got the Puffco Peak Pro with the 3D XL bowl, delivering consistent heat into bigger hits and unmatched terp expression, right down to the Proxy Dash Core, redefining modular ritual-based consumption. The Pivot, bringing true Puffco performance into a compact, everyday, on-the-go format. These aren't gadgets. They're purpose-built tools for hash and solventless, and we're generally grateful for Puffco's continued support of Hash Church, our guests, and our community. Their belief in education, culture, and quality helps us keep these conversations alive, and you can support the brands that support the culture by visiting www.puffco.com. Explore the lineup, experience what intentional design really feels like. Puffco. Innovate the ritual. You can check them out at Puffco as well, um, on Instagram. I won't say much about bubble bags, but we've been doing this since 1999. We're some of the OGs. We helped pioneer the process. We created the numbers, the bags, the colors, and we really popularized this process. And we're happy to be a rung in the ladder of all the incredible people that have come before and since. I want to shout out Ed Rosenthal, the unknown American who told Skunkman Sam and Rob Clark that resin sinks, or sorry, told Neville, the breeder, that resin sinks. Neville would eventually tell Skunkman Sam and Rob. Reinhardt would find the information from there. He would go to Mila and Eldon and Mark, and Mila would create the isolator bags. And I would come up about 3 months later with the bubble bags. Mark Rose and I would partner up and we would smash out the world with bubble bags. So thank you for all your support, everyone, over the years. It means a lot to us. All righty then. Let's get some folks into the room here. Let's get some folks into the room. In the meantime, oh, he's texting me. He's like, hey, man, we're trying to get in. Trying to get in. It's like, yeah, I don't let anyone in before I'm done with the sponsorships. That's why you were trying to get in. You came early. And what's up, Rustin Porter?
What's up, my dude?
Well, I'm dressed like an absolute asshole here in the lab. My mom said, what did Mama say? Mama said, life is like a box of chocolates. Some people have small boxes, and some people have big boxes.
Yeah,
Nice, dude. Sweet.
that day at the lab, man.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Those
We'll
look
see
great.
what we'll see what today brings. Well, actually, I did this yesterday too. This one's a bit smaller, but check out the ASMR on this.
Wow, it's got a sheen to it.
Oh, it's got a beautiful sheen. I don't even know what that weighs, but it's got to be 200 or 300 grams.
Yeah.
Beautiful ball.
Dude,
So
those are awesome.
I'm going to be processing hash today while we're talking and having a wonderful conversation about cold supply chain and processing hash. I'm going to be in the lab here, turning this into that.
Yeah,
So, yeah, pretty excited. Stoked to have you guys on. Stoked to get another episode of the cryo, like this is a huge aspect of our business because it's kind of a two-part. On one side, we're like grow better weed that expresses itself more, that creates more volatile organic compounds, grow better weed. On the flip side, you have people that are like, oh, let's like preserve what we've grown so it doesn't seem shittier than what we did. And like whether you have the top quality, most high level expression of volatile organic compounds or a very low one, in my opinion, you want to preserve as much of that as possible, regardless. And unfortunately, the majority of people grow mids in the industry. So you guys are obviously helping people, preserve, you could have a mid, like a little higher up mid, but you don't preserve it properly. And now it's like almost garbage kind of thing. So I'm super
Yeah.
excited to have you guys in here. There's not a ton of people focused on the cold supply chain of cannabis, which is kind of wild to me in that sense. Now, I even want to get into another part of this conversation, which will be for later. I'll plant the seed now. Of course, I've been enjoying Dougie's absolute trolling of the Rosin boys and the BHO boys. It's just back and forth. And it's funny to me to see. I'm like, did I used to take that shit seriously? Did I actually used to get mad at this? Because Doug's just trolling. He knows he's trolling, but at the same time, he's bringing up really good conversations. One of the conversations he brought up, of course, is that rosin is like, come on, you guys are heating it up to like 160 degrees Fahrenheit. We're doing like minus 60 degrees Celsius. There's just no competition. There's no comparison. And I was like, yeah, but how hot is it when you dab it?
yep. The decarb.
How hot is it when you dab it? Because one of the points that one guy made was like, you guys are exposing it to 160 degrees Fahrenheit, and so many things are changing. You're not even getting what is there. And I'm like, right. And when you dab your BHO, you're hitting it at like 420 or more degrees Fahrenheit. So what's happening with that? And so we can have that conversation at the end of the day. I want to welcome you both for popping in today. And yeah, I'm stoked to have a little hash church here. Oh shit, I guess Colin didn't get the hash church invite. I swore he was on that email. I swear some of you guys don't check your emails.
It's because we get a
I'm
thousand of them.
looking at you, TJ.
I get 1,000 emails a day.
I'm
Dude,
probably worse than
five
TJ, man.
five
Guilty.
minutes before hash church, he's like, "Where's the link?" I'm like, "Oh my god, did I not send out that email? Holy shit, no one's gonna show up." I'm by myself in the lab. What's
Yeah,
happening?
well, I texted you good morning and you said, "Oh shit, has churches today?"
That was a joke. That was
Yeah,
a
yeah,
joke.
yeah.
I felt like, oh, he gave me a little heart attack. I might as well give him a little heart attack.
Hmm.
That's awesome.
Right on, Colin's joining us. That's great.
Yeah, Colin's going to come in, Etienne's going to come in, and Dr. Mark is going to come in. I figured it's always good to have a PhD chemist in the house when we're talking about volatility, compounds, and
Sir.
cold supply chains, and all of those certain things. Mark is definitely our resident genius chemist, and yeah, we got love for him. So why not have him in? As long as we don't bring up politics, we should be fine.
I'm surprised we actually don't have a stuffy for Rustin, man. He was gonna pull the skunk man, bro, and said we got a full appearance. So hey,
Yep.
Dude, were you thinking about it like just because you're like, I don't know if I want to go on Hash Church with my face?
No, I think it's just me with cameras, man. But this actually, even waking up this morning, it was like anytime I'm in front of cameras, specifically like if I'm doing a recording, yeah, dude, I kind of freeze up. But I
Oh
was more
yeah.
excited than frozen today, so that was kind of nice to wake up
Word.
and be like, you know what, I'm just excited to talk about hash, you know?
Yeah, this is mellow, dude, and this is shit
Yeah,
and there's no
yeah,
it's 4
exactly.
hours. It's super long,
Yeah,
right? We could do 3. We'll see how long the conversation goes. I do have a very busy day today. I got people coming into the lab around 12:30 or so, but yeah, it's super mellow, super relaxed. We'll have a great fucking conversation. TJ wanted to keep it a little tighter this time, didn't quite invite as many people, so you guys could go a little deeper, on these processes.
plus you were traveling international borders over the last meeting, coming into the States, baby.
Dude, I've been loving coming to the States. I can't even say, it's so crazy that, like, at least in my country, at least in the province that I'm in, because you have like, we're just very particular in the province that I live in regards to our politics. And that politics is like, people are like, you can't go down there. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? They're finally letting me down there. I am absolutely going down there. I got great people that I've been kept from for 30 years. I try to wrap
damn.
this around people's heads. It's like, you don't understand. I haven't gone for 30 years, as in 3 decades, as
Yeah.
in longer than you've been alive for a lot of the people that I'm
Mhm.
having this conversation with.
Yep.
And so they can't really understand, they get caught up in their own sort of stuff. And I'm like, no, 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 I need to be able to go to the US. I want to go and visit all my friends. There's absolutely spectacular, amazing people down there. And
Do
I need to be there, man.
you find, and especially being up there, I'm curious, is it harder for people to get over to your side of the border than it is for Canadians to come down to the States?
No, it's pretty equal. They're very, it's a strong, first of all, it's one of the largest unprotected borders in the world. So obviously from that perspective, they're going to want to have a big flex on both sides of those borders because when you go to the border guard, it's probably like, I don't even know how many miles to the next one. There might be like 800, 500 mile breaks in where there's an actual border crossing. So it's a massively unprotected border, so it makes sense that they would flex it and be like, we got cameras, we got drones, we got satellites, we got everything. And so it in my opinion, at the Canadian border and the US border, both Canadian and Americans sort of feel equally like, holy shit, this is like a pretty serious place to be. Like, this isn't the place to be making jokes. This isn't the place to, you just want to get through
Yeah.
the border. So I feel like the Canadians are both as nice and as mean as the Americans can be. It's their job, right? Like if they have suspicion and they think someone's doing something sketchy, and I would suspect having someone come over the border and you be the border guard that let them in and then have them cause problems in your country is probably not an ideal situation. But in that sense, both
Mm.
Canadians are equally as nasty sometimes as the Americans at the border. I'm lucky; I have a waiver, so I've never experienced border guards being as nice as they have been to me since I've started coming over. I just crossed in Detroit not too long ago, and I took the bus, which is like the cheapest way to go across the border, and everyone on that bus was sketchball supreme. And so when we got there, I was like, "Oh my God, this is going to be bad." And I get up to the border and he's like, "Oh, what's going on there? You got a waiver." This is how he's talking to me. He's like, "Oh, you got a waiver. Oh, geez. Oh, you got in some trouble with some marijuana, eh?" He's like, "Would you get caught with a couple of joints?" I'm like, He's like, oh, a couple of ounces. I'm like, he's
We're
like, couple of pounds. I'm like,
getting closer.
he's like, how much did you get with? I didn't want to lie, so I just said some kilos. And then he was like, "Oh well, okay, well, it looks like you're doing better now. You got permission from the boys upstairs, so have it. Here's your waiver. Here's your passport. Have a good trip." And I'm just like, it's the craziest thing to like exist in a position where you're hated for so many years by this group of people, and then suddenly just be like
You're
invisible to
okay.
them. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm
it's
not.
crazy.
I'm not taking it for granted. Like my ability to go drive over the border and visit Dr. Mark, or go see you down in Cali, TJ, or go and, visit Dragonfly Earth Medicine in Oregon, or, the continued trips that I'm going to Denver. I've got a super, super soft spot in my heart for Denver. I've absolutely loved it. Super fun. Lots of super alternative, wild people growing mushrooms and weed and loving the mountains and fucking loving concerts. I think Red Rocks is a huge effect on the consciousness of the people that live around there. They just have epic fucking concerts. I think Michael Franti is doing yoga at the Red Rocks today, and tomorrow I think he has his concert. So just these incredible like slew of conscious musicians flowing through. Maybe cities that don't have that level of consciousness need an epic venue. They need to
Yeah,
build some like epic venue where it's just like, look, we're not going to get into arguments about this and that. We're just going to eat acid and go to a concert, and we're all going to have fun. And that's going to affect how we all treat each other. And that's worked
I
for
think
me.
that's a
How about
great
you, Doc?
idea.
How about you, Dr. Mark? Has that worked for you?
Hey Marcus, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
I'm in the lab, buddy. What do you think? I got my
Yeah,
lab
I
coat
see that.
on.
I see that. Wow. So where are you exactly?
I am in Kelowna, BC, an
O-
absolutely beautiful, beautiful place. Look up
Okay, so you're not
Okanagan
just up the
Lake.
road here in Quebec, right?
No, no, I would hit you up on my way down there. The next time I come to Quebec, I don't even care. I'm coming to see you. I'll just
Oh,
rent my
you have
car.
to.
It's been 3 times, dude.
I mean, like if you were in Quebec right now, I think by the time we end this episode, I could be up there pulling puffcos with you, right?
Easily, dude.
I mean, that's how
Easily.
far or how close it is. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You're
It's
talking
insane.
about the border, it's really super interesting because again, like, we have a border well, we're a border state, right? Vermont and New
Hmm.
York. And there's so much commerce that, the states rely on Canadians, and Canadians just I don't think they give a shit about politics anymore. They're coming down to Vermont and spending their Canadian dollars here, and it's great because I think the border states really thrive on the thing going back and forth. And I think it's beneficial for the Canadian side too. Because I know lots
100%.
of Americans who go up to Montreal to kick it up because that's like, Montreal is just such a great city. It's an international, city. It's not just, it's not just a Canadian city, right? It belongs to the world. It's one of those cities like Paris, New York, Montreal. Yeah, right. I mean, just the culture up there is just amazing, just right compared to kind of like the surrounding area, which is still maybe somewhat, let's just call it colonial.
Yeah, yeah. No, Montreal different. It's super unique. It's super awesome. I swear it has something to do with the edge. French Quebecois people have a
Yeah,
real edge
the
to them,
culture. Yeah.
but it's a beautiful edge. And the closer you get, the more you realize it's not a sharp edge at all. It's actually quite blunt. It won't cut you, but it'll definitely affect you. And they've got a little thing about their language. So, si vous parlez français, c'est pas un problème. Si tu parles français, c'est un peu de problème. So they like people who speak French. They definitely like that. But like you said, over the
Parlez
years,
avec
it's been
moi?
oui, le Québécois.
C'est ça.
Um, it's a fucking awesome place. The townships, you just don't know until you're driving through Quebec to
Yeah.
these little townships and the old little churches. And it's just a quieter, more mellow time in life that you're reminded of when you are when
But
you're
you
in
could
Quebec.
definitely know it's so weird right now that you've been on both sides, right? You know that you're in the US or in Canada, right? There's no mistaking one for the other, right?
Well, the one thing I noticed about the US that sort of tripped me out is that everyone has guns. And I was kind of like, not everyone has guns. And then my buddies were like pulling out guns. And just like, I was like, oh, shit, I've barely ever seen a gun. I've never held an AR-15 in my life until last time I was in Denver. I was holding one. I was like, holy shit, this is crazy, dude. And then I'm driving with my buddy and I'm like, oh, I was holding a gun the other day. Like, how crazy is that? He's like, well, everyone's got guns, dude. I'm like, I know, but like, I'm like, dude, he had it in his car, like a handgun. I'm like, yeah, I got one too. And then he like lifts under his seat and shows. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well,
I'm
I
like,
grew
you
up in
could just
Utah, and there's like guns in the back rack of the window because all the hunters,
right.
big hunting family. So yeah, it's different culture, man, for
Well,
sure.
I'll tell you something. I know we have guns in Canada, but we are not exposed to them and you don't really see them and there's not a lot of gun crimes. So I don't have the feeling. I will say, after all my friends showed me their guns this last trip, I was kind of like, oh, I get it now. Even if you're not into guns, if you live in a country where everyone has a gun, it's probably a good idea to have a gun.
Like unless you grow cannabis, because that's been one of the culprits. Like there's a
Yep.
2-year enhancement for having, felony possession of a firearm for cultivating. And so that's been something that for me is, as you kind of were talking about earlier, it's like coming out of the cannabis closet, even like post 9/11, Canada got real. I mean, it used to be, a couple of us, I mean, I got a lot of gray hair over here. So, I remember some trips up to down to Kootenays, before 9/11, and it's a different world post, for sure. Tried to go up there, and that's a horror story I could tell you that would take up an hour of this podcast. But it's I haven't been back since my last attempt.
Thank you, Pooja. Sorry. Pooja, the QA, was bringing me some parchment, and she's such a wonderful, lovely person. I didn't realize I wasn't on mute there, but please continue.
Ooh,
No,
what brand of parchment? We need to know.
Well, this won't be the parchment that I want necessarily, but it's like an unbleached
Right.
parchment.
Okay.
It's not like Uline. It's like what the fuck was the name on this bad boy?
the U
This
line.
one is, she brought a Reynolds and she brought a chef, a master chef. For me today, I'm not pressing rosin. What I'm doing is I'm using it to roll my hash on. So I don't know if I showed you, Dr. Mark, but I made a bunch of hash yesterday.
Yeah,
Let
I
me see
saw
if
it
I
just
can.
before I got on. The hash, yeah, you showed.
Yeah, the balls here.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So I'm doing a
Looks
bit of a
like a bunch of
different
butchie
process
balls.
that doesn't really involve like, heat or pressing or any kind of like worrisome like rosin. I'm a little bit more
Right.
particular, but
Yeah, depending on
still
how
in.
tacky they are, I wonder if you could actually play butchie ball with balls of hash.
Well, these ones are pretty tacky. I think they'd be like a snowball, and if you rolled
Yeah,
them, I think they would have like a bunch of shit on them, like by the time it got to the little ball.
it would make
But
for an interesting match.
well, maybe we do that one day. Get you up to Farnham, and
Maybe
we'll.
if you, maybe again, we're talking on the cryo episode, right? If things were cold enough,
You
right?
could
If things were
do it in the
so,
Exactly.
so
freezer.
think about
Do it in the
it.
cryo
So you
freezer.
could inside a walk-in freezer, right? You could play butchie ball with hash.
Yep.
That might
Oh
be a
yeah.
thing someday.
Oh, we all get our parkas on. I'm not bad.
Oh God.
Eight,
Right?
9.
When life gives you balls, play butchie.
That's it,
So
brother.
so
That's it.
Marcus, so what was the origin of that hash that you just showed us? Like where did it start its life?
That hash started its life locally here in British Columbia as flour, and it ended up getting, I believe, if I'm correct, my buddy bought like, I want to say 12,000 pounds or 10,000 pounds. And then he had it like it needed to be cleaned up a little bit. It was for export. And so he had it trimmed over trim bins and
So was
made
it
like hundreds
single
of
strain
kilos.
or was it multiple strains or
I believe it was multiple, but I don't know if he mixed the sift because I wanted to go when they had all the semis and they were setting up all of this trim binning, and because they trimmed like 10,000 pounds or something ridiculous
Wow.
of dry material. So they ended up with hundreds of kilos of this sift. And now I got it. Now it's in my hands. So look out, because I'm going to turn this into something wonderful for everyone to enjoy. I love making hash, and I get we geek out on this all the time, and we're going to get deep into it today. But I really think when I'm making hash about the people who are smoking it. Like I like to think about the people enjoying it in different situations. Maybe you're having a bad day, and like the other day, my cat fell out of a tree. It was a 50-foot tree on a 50-foot
There you
cliff,
go.
so it fell 100 feet down to rocks, which was crazy. It cost me 5 Gs to put this thing in the hospital for one night in the
What?
incubation tank because it had like contusions inside of its lungs, so it couldn't breathe properly. But no broken bones, no ligament damage, no muscle damage, no like, not even a drop of blood came out of this cat. It fell 100 feet. That's a 10-story apartment building for those of you that don't know math. That is absolutely, there is a reason why we say cats have 9 lives. Anyway, at the end of that day, after my daughter was crying and my son and everyone's upset and my wife, and it was very emotional, smoking hash at the end of that day was just the most amazing thing. And it's those days that I often think about when I'm making hash. How many thousands of people are you just making their day a little bit better, with a little bit of hash? A nice little warm hug, as I like to call it.
And I see
Very
it
well said.
in our culture. Yeah, man, it's only going to cost you 45 grand for those other 8 lives, bro.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
cool seeing our culture, like, in all the labs that we visit, we run into different folks all the time. And something is so unique about this industry in cannabis is just how people, kind of what you just expressed. It's not only the love of like is smoking the hash and engaging with the plant and your community, but like actually doing the work. It surprises me how many people love to just grind it up in the lab. Like it's a different kind of mindset, when you're making hash. Like even when you're sweating, in a freezer with a headlamp on your head and a parka coat, digging through crates, or you're in a stirring a paddle in a cold room, because cold is nothing to be trifled with. And when you can see your breath while you're working, people don't often consider how you need to go out and, and actually, like I go in a freezer for an hour and a half with a headlamp and come out and often hear like, wow, people usually only take it for 15 minutes in there. And it's not just my personal love for hack, but seeing so many others, like even trimmers, man. One of the most mundane jobs to sit and people that are doing hand trimming and cleaning trim, they just enjoy the work. I mean, there's so many other things you can do. We joked about how recently these fast food joints that are hiring folks at 20 plus bucks an hour. It's becoming harder for cannabis folks to find even just people who are willing to work for lower wages because there's so many other ways to make money. But even those who are choosing to work in this space just seem to love it, and I hope that's something that we continue to see over the course of the next 5, 10 years, because that's kind of what's happening right now. This industry it's changing. You talked about the last 30 years. That you've been crossing borders, right? And I mean, some of us, I just turned 50 years old this year, right? So I've been smoking cannabis since I was 16. And I did not think we'd be at this place in the cannabis industry, virtually out of the cannabis closet, talking about cannabis openly on podcast. For many, many years, we're going to your local smoke shop has a book about how to grow tomatoes. There's maybe a forum like for Future 4200 when it first started actually talking about cannabis. Like we just didn't have anything. And look where it is now. You AI something and it'll tell you everything you want to know, let alone Google. So it's just fascinating to see how our culture is, it's consolidating, but those who are still here are here because we love it. And I think that's really unique. It's something I'm enjoying. You have to, because it's not getting any easier.
Ain't that the truth, brother? I'm just filling out paperwork.
Isn't that funny, man? Did you ever imagine the day that you'd be measuring grams?
I've been doing it for so long at this point in time that I can't even remember not doing it, dude.
I remember when it switched over from pounds because like that's what we all did, right? We did pounds, you put them in big packs. And when it started, I started seeing it happen, and it was, really the beginning of metric when people started actually measuring it in grams. And it took me a minute to wrap my brain around because I always was saying, I was like, man, when can we figure out how to take this pound, this weed that's so valuable, $1,000 for a pound, and it becomes as valuable as when you're making hash, the game's going to flip on its head. And we all literally watched that happen over the course of the last, 15 years. It's
Fucking
been
crazy.
it's just flipped on its head, and now it's almost unrecognizable. If you were to have just went to jail or something, or some island, and then came back and just saw the state of the cannabis industry from where it was, it's hard to imagine it's the same lifetime, man. I thought I'd be an old man in a rocking chair before we'd be here.
Well, it happened quick up here because we did the whole federal legalization. And so that was a real shock to Canadians, and I'll never forget it because it was in 94 when we applied for a hemp license. And my partner, Martin, we used to trip hard together. We take like 5 grams of dried mushrooms that I bought from Terrence McKenna's wife, the spore that him and his brother collected in the Amazon, like the fucking syzygy, right? Like the penis
What?
envy parent stock. So I ordered this spore in the late 80s, early 90s. We grew these mushrooms in my closet. We would take these mushrooms, 5 dried grams type of thing. And yeah, it was my partner Martin looked at me one day and he said, when we got our license to grow hemp and we planted just a 5-acre field and it was kind of visible from the highway, he said, this is going to change the way people think about weed, dude. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, there's fields of weed growing all over Manitoba. You don't think that's going to change the way people think? And I'm like, well, it's not weed, it's hemp. He's like, yeah, but look at the field, dude. What does it look like? I'm like, well, it looks like weed. He's like, yeah. And so this was like, we were still telling the fib that hemp was a distant cousin of marijuana, because that's how we got the fucking plants grown in the field in the first place. We just convinced our minister of agriculture that it was oh, no, 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 it's not marijuana. Don't worry about that. Well, absolutely, it was 100%. And it did change the way people think. It really did.
Here we are, man. I mean, honestly, cats like, I mean, look, we're all pioneers, and you know what they say about pioneers, right?
What do they say about pioneers?
The arrows in their backs.
Oh, the arrows in their backs. Yes, of course.
So
Lots of
yeah,
arrows in the back.
that's not all they say.
You know
But
what, TJ? I don't accept that. That is racist, and I want to talk about it. I'm just joking.
well, Mormons
Hey,
did
be
it.
careful.
Mormons
It's
did it.
crazy. It's crazy how easy it is to get canceled in this industry. There was a situation here in Canada where a gentleman by the name of Dylan owns a company called Pistols in Paris. They have 60 or 70 people who work for them, and I don't know the full story, but I what the story that I heard is that there was a guy who was working there, and he was an alternative guy, and he was rolling joints or hash holes or something. And I don't know if he was planning on leaving or if he had beef with someone that worked at the place, but someone that worked at the place cut out like a fucking cardboard swastika, wrote some stupid shit on it, and like put it on the wall in the private room where this guy rolls his joints. And you would not believe how many people in the industry are canceling the owner of the company who had absolutely nothing to do with it, who had like stores are like refusing to carry his products. They're like, it's this crazy, like, holy shit, like, look into the story. It was his employee who did it. The guy got fired. This guy doesn't support this in any way. Today, it is very easy to be canceled. So be careful what you do and what you say. And apparently, be careful what anyone around you does or says as well, because that could also cause you problems. So it's kind of a big thing. You go on Reddit right now and you punch in pistols in Paris and maybe Nazi or swastika, and you'll come up with the whole story. And there are people on both sides kind of giving their breakdown on it. It's unfortunate that people have hate in their heart. I don't know how you can have hate in your heart when you're smoking good hash. Maybe it's just me. Maybe people don't have good hash. Maybe we're not working hard enough, boys.
Well, look, man, when I say arrows in the back, like some of them pioneers deserved it, bro. Just, I mean, it's not all cut
Of
and dry,
course, of
But
course.
that's the same goes for it's like being, we it is a weird cancel culture that we live in. And I think that's, one of the things being conscious about the state of the affairs around us. Because I mean, I deal with that all the time. Like I always try to kind of they use the I'm Switzerland mindset, because I don't think in business, I try to leave politics and religion like out of business for obvious reasons because it's really easy to get caught, in a trap of, what side are you on? And for me, I'm just on the side of, my family, right? And love. And I think, cannabis is a huge part of my life and it's been around my life the whole time, my whole life. Like my kids
Mm.
grew up with it. My wife, has supported me through it, and she's been a big, cannabis advocate, and there's medical reasons for us to have really pursued it, but it's been two sides of a coin, and as we all talk about our checkered past, our colored past, of what we've all been through, virtual, you know, soldiers, on the front line of, the fight for cannabis. There's this there's this mindset around like I always say, burn your ships, just don't kill the natives. Because, that's when you talk about analogies and how you can be misinterpreted, it's like, what does all that mean? And, burning the ships for me was the analogy of not leaving a pathway back when it came from getting away from, a black market, traditional mindset and crossing over into, where I am now, able to be public, own a gun, in my home because I don't have illegal cannabis plants growing, inside of my garage or wherever, it's like to be able to be in this mindset and share a lifetime of experience and hard knocks and things that, I've been through and, experiences that my friends have had, and being an equipment manufacturer puts me in a pretty unique position, to I always say it's like what a privilege it is. Obviously, starting, like founding the Resinator was came out of hash. And it was such a unique experience as an OEM to because I already had, I'm already making hash. Cannabis is a daily part of my life. I didn't come from some other industry. And then to say, all right, now I get to go into farms and facilities all over the country, me and my partner, and we get to get exposure to things and systems and different methodologies and workflows and stuff that's like, because people are brilliant. I mean, I always say pot growers are problem solvers. And the same goes for extractors and hash makers because you have to use what you have, especially when the resources are finite or the information about how to accomplish it. People don't necessarily openly share. I mean, they do more now than ever, but there was a huge period in time where, I mean, these are trade secrets. These are things that now become more public that are, SOPs that people pass around. I mean, there was little to no SOPs for making hash when, I showed up on the scene, and to be able to like learn as an OEM and from other people and focus solely on like what's in front of us. And I think that's where a lot of us also get caught is in that because as much as we're pursuing, opportunity, we need to also remember what works and what got us here and really ground ourselves out. And I think that's a big part of what running a business these days for us is when we go into a place, and I think that's the essence of what kind of the story we're trying to, tell people here. Like what are the, you brought up in the beginning of this episode, Marcus, that there's a lot of this is about the future is fresh frozen. I mean, I'm starting to see it trend in a way that it only because it can. I mean, like recently we even put out a post to make, kind of ranting. I'm on a little tangent here, but we put out a post about some, 2-minute nitro sift, right? And you get all the comments from all the, socials and folks are like, oh, this was done 10 years ago, or Baroni did this, clear scientist, right? And all respect and props to these originators and these hash makers. And it's true, they did do something special, but a fundamental difference is that we're now doing it with live solventless sift. And that's a fundamental factor that nobody was doing this with live material, and in those days. So even if it's as simple as that evolution, that's the trend that we're on. So, I mean, when you talk about Sift, like live Sift, like how common is live Sift in circles that you're in now, even in 2026? I mean, of course, we all know, even, live rosin has become popularized due to ice water hash, right? But that's because of the nature of how, much ice water has become a part of the culture. Well, when you start removing water from the equation with something like Sift, and now you have just live Sift. I mean, there's so many benefits to it, in terms of cold chain and minimize labor and getting a top tier, full spectrum product. But live Sift requires a freeze dryer, and now you're able to, have live static or a live, you know, uh, something that you are melting to a rosin, or even just a full melt that's just from no water involved. That's a live product. It's, that's what's so crazy is for us really, because we're still the tip of the spear ourselves. We're, a lot of times we find ourselves looking for resources and there's not many people to draw from. We have to go inward and we have to talk to each other and we have to go in with our community. And sometimes it's just, hey, this thing works, but how do you scale that? How do you make this commercial? How do you actually take this process and turn it into a consumable that makes sense for your business? Because I mean, I love 6-star hash, but I can't find any on a dispensary shelf. And even if I could, I probably couldn't afford it. Who can, right? So that's something you do for your own personal stash. And I think that's the essence of one of the challenges that we find in front of us. And that's the story we're trying to tell. Because it's hard to make something affordable, it's hard to make equipment that's affordable that does all the things that you want it to do. People underestimate what it takes as an OEM to bring something to market. And that's it's been a journey that we've been on from plastic to stainless, from CO2 to liquid nitrogen. It's a multi-use machine. So we did the hardest pathway. We're like, we're not just, a washing machine. We also do dry sift and we also do trimming, but because we use cryo agent as a freezing or cryogenic gas as a freezing agent, we're effectively able to do all those things, trimming, sifting, bubble, but in live applications. So now our unit's a 6-in-1. And so now, I don't just put a piece of equipment out and say, hey, good luck, because there's plenty of those businesses out there. They're coming up every day, and you go stand and try to talk to them and talk intelligently about a process, and they don't know what they're doing. They just have an engineer and probably stole somebody's design or combination thereof. But to really have somebody understand a process from A to Z, how to take something post-harvest, and pre-processing and to maximize, when I get a question from somebody, it's like, well, what SKU are you making? It always starts there because you have to reverse engineer it because that's what draws the pathway to the end goal. Because we can get there you can get there so many different ways. I mean, there's so many ways to, get to the same destination, or as cats being the theme here today, skin that cat, right? And that's kind of the essence of like what we find ourselves really doing. It's just kind of looking, and when you start applying the cold chain factor to, we all know cannabis, man, and there's a lot of room for error there, especially with dry material. But even dry material, people are, not understanding that your trim sitting in a hot bag in the sun, well, those trichomes are coagulating and melting to each other. That's going to translate even with dry trim, whereas cold chain, you go below 32. So if you go above the freeze point of 32 degrees, you're going to have cellular collapse on a product that's already been frozen. So cold chain becomes such a factor, but also with dry material, the same, not cold chain effective, but cool, dry, dark. So it's just really care for we're learning more and more. Every day we're all still learning about how to better care for our product and how to effectively get the most out of it, because you need to get every piece of the animal, if you will. Well, when you're
Let's
going,
talk about that cellular damage of freezing and unfreezing and freezing. Can you get into that a little bit?
yeah, man. And I'm Rustin, you got a lot to contribute to the conversation. So if you feel a tangent, please grab on board of it.
Of course.
Don't be nervous, Rustin.
Cold chain is really the sense of as soon as you take a plant and you freeze it, right? It's the same principle, like for a commoner, somebody doesn't necessarily know what we're talking about, right? Say, what's so important about cold chain? Well, if you're
A commoner.
something everybody can relate to is growing an outdoor plant. And we all know, all agriculture, there's many things that when the first frost or the first freeze comes, you gotta be prepared with the weather. That's why the almanac is so important, right? When's everything gonna frost? Because if you come outside and like your cannabis plants and it's snowed, I mean, it's tragic. What just happened? Well, the freeze point of 32 degrees occurred, everything froze. And so those ice crystals, the water that's inside the plant, right, that forms into an ice crystal and that explodes, right? And so that's okay as long as you preserve the cold chains. I mean, you get out and chop your plants before the sun melts the snow, and now traditionally, you've been relegated to two pathways once you freeze a plant, and that's hydrocarbon extraction and that's, ice water hash, right? Well, that's one of the things that I, really embraced with cold chain was because with cryogenics, especially in the very beginning, not really understanding, I'm not a scientist. I'm just a hash maker. I'm just a cannabis enthusiast. I'm a cultivator. I'm a
That's
smoker.
okay. We have a scientist here if you need one.
Yeah. There's a scientist in the room. Have any science questions?
So when I'm running the resonator in the beginning, and I'm learning about CO2 because we understood some principles of dry ice was popularized, right? You could take dry ice, shake your trim in a bag, and that was rudimentary. But you look under a microscope, there's evidence of bruising trichomes and extra plant particulate because it breaks stuff up. And so CO2 was an obvious like, oh well, this is liquid CO2 is the liquid version of the solid dry ice, so that's got to be better, right? And so that's really what the resonator was born out of was this pathway of figuring out how to introduce CO2 into the rotating chamber. And that's where our patent protection is around and all of our process and apparatus, started with design, but it elevated. And in the process of it, you start understanding because that's what really happened, right? I'm freezing flour, because I wanted to make live rosin back in like 2015 and during R&D with this thing when we were first figuring it out. And rosin hits the scene, and we're like, "Oh, this is cool. Well, let's do it with some live material." And so we're blasting, and I'm not using a freeze dryer, and it's oozing. It's a bloody mess. You're like, okay, doing something wrong. And same with flowers. That was really the aha moment because I'm trimming. Trimming with the resonators. Like when you see the CO2 trim product, it's mind bending. You have to see it to believe it. Once you see it actually trim, it's like better than a hand trim. It's the closest thing, if not better than when you show side by side, processor or cultivator their strain that's been hand trimmed by their team and cryo trimmed by the resonator. They're literally can't tell the difference. There might be a couple tell signs like a crow's foot that's still there because the resonator is not designed to trim. It's a bladeless trimmer, so it's not designed to cut the crow's feet. But the reason I'm eloquating this way is because the reality of the cold chain is what hit us, right? So I'm trimming dried flour, no adverse effect. Amazing trim. I throw wet flour in. Oh my gosh, it's not even fair how good it works. But what happened? 2 hours later, I tell the story like we popped a bottle of champagne when we did our first wet trim because we're like game over. Like this is like nobody's ever going to trim again. And then when you go back to you look at the flour a couple hours later, it is all discolored and oxidized, right? And so you talk about cold chain, there's a direct example, right? We took a live plant, we literally threw it in a resonator, we cryo trim, blast the live plant. If I'd have taken that plant, which we've learned subsequently, or since, you put it right into a deep freezer, right? Now you can store it as long as you want, and it was that crossroads moment. And so cold chain really is defined for me by saying once you go below the freeze point of 32 degrees, you have to maintain the cold chain until it's stabilized. That's a simple way of really getting through a long story. And so if you go below, once you freeze it, keep it frozen. Now, if you're going to hydrocarbon, there's no adverse effect to water. So you can actually go directly from the freezer into the hydrocarbon column. Of course, there's other steps along the way. That's a very simple way of stating it. But if you're going in a solventless direction, you have to bring a freeze dryer to the equation. And that's where ice water hash uses freeze dryers. That's where live sift requires a freeze dryer. Well, with smokable flowers, that was a whole new frontier for us. And with the relationship to how well the Resinator worked as a wet trimmer is what made us pursue freeze drying as a solution. Because there was a crossroads moment of like, well, maybe this is just a dry trimmer, And then, it was no, I knew there was something there. And, we kind of dug in, took the risk, made an investment into a scientific freeze dryer. Man, that's one of the current pathways that we're on. I know this is, hash church, right? Talk about hash, and that's a big part of what we do. But smokable, like freeze dryers, was a huge relationship to hash. And the freeze dried flour for us is such a major component of like our repertoire. And then when you get down to it, look, man, there's an attrition rate when you trim. 25-30% on average, right? You only retain, 60, 70, 75, percent of the product, depending on the bud to leaf ratio and the care and the maintenance of how it was harvested. Well, cool. I take 60% of, I have 100 pounds of fresh frozen and I have 60 pounds by the time I trim it, right? Just per se, big math. And now that 60 pounds goes into a freeze dryer and I get a 4-to-1 ratio because it's 75% water weight, right? So, 60 pounds turns into 15 pounds of dried material. Well, what about that other 40%? That's all live sugar leaf. That's all top quality, whole bodied trim because there's no scissors or blade that is chopped through any of that leaf. And so now when you look at our trim that's under a microscope, the Resinator Cryo-Trim is sought after by extractors because when you look at that under the scope, there's no scissor or blade. So there's whole body trichome head still perfectly intact. And there's, it's not all leached with chlorophyll and other plant particulates. And so you have this top tier sugar leaf that's live. And so now what are we going to do? And for us, playing with our tech, well, what's our favorite thing to do? Get a 2-minute sift, get the cream off the top, right? Now that sift, remember, right? I'm keeping everything cold. Like I trimmed, I take my product, I pre-freeze my freeze dryer before, like you preheat an oven, I load it with my flour, I take all that sugar leaf, I stack it in my freezer, get through the day's workflow. Okay, when I'm ready, I change screens, clean up, switch flows. Now we're doing sift. I'm running 2-minute sift to get everything off the top. Someone with like a 150 mic, right? I'm rock and rolling. And I'm taking that sift, and same thing, I'm gonna put it in the freezer until the freeze jar is ready for it. Throw the live sift in the freeze jar. Well, I still have all the rest of that bio, but I only pulled the cream off. So that's premier sugar leaf as well. Well, let's do biomass reduction. And we define biomass reduction as anything above 200 micron is biomass reduction, and anything below 200 micron is trichome collection. And so there's still a lot of trichomes left on the flour after getting the cream. And so now let's bioreduce it. Let's put a 400 mic on there. Let's run this for 20 minutes. Let's get all the trichs off of it. Now we're going to load that into a hydrocarbon column. So we got sift to rosin. If we were to go ahead and press the live sift, or we just have a full melt sift, right? Without having to take any further refinement, or we can static that live sift. Now we also have sift to hydrocarbon, and we have smokable flowers. All just came from that live sift, not to mention all the different pathways you can go. So, it's really just opening up the spectrum to, like, when you go to a dispensary as a consumer and you see something that says live in front of it, that means it came from fresh frozen. That means it's going to have a fuller spectrum. It's going to have the highest preserved metabolic footprint that plant could have achieved before, because even when you hang dry and cure a plant, it naturally degrades. There's going to be even in the best cure process in the world, the plant is naturally degrading. You're losing some potency. There's no way around it. Now, to your point earlier, Marcus, all that's fine and dandy. Yay, I preserved everything I have live. Well, then you go take a joint and you light it up with the lighter, or you get your banger and you heat it up. Yeah, it instantly decarbs, and now you're heating it up. But that's what's funny about flour is THCA flour. Everybody knows as like hemp, right? But what's funny about smokable freeze dried cannabis is even something that's testing at 30%. It's under the threshold of 0.3 on the Delta 9 because it hasn't decarbed. And so that's something that naturally happens with a freeze dried product. And that's kind of mind blowing for folks. And it decarbs as you fire it. And so, the pathway just becomes preservation, And, now we have a new pathway for live, fresh frozen. So you can take your harvest, put it all in the deep freezer, and on command, like we've done this so far, our own studies, just personally, we're up to year number 5, where I have frozen product, and every year I pull some fresh frozen out, and that's what we're smoking on, right? And we're continuing to make the extracts and whatever's left over, and it's as long as we preserve, freeze it in a way where oxygen is not able to access it and it's not oxidizing and it's in a deep freezer. I mean, who's to say how long we're really going to have? I mean, obviously, quality diminishes to some degree, but it's somewhat anecdotal. But the fact
Yeah,
that
I
we're
don't know, man. I froze flour. This was when rosin was very new. I froze flour. It was dry flour. It wasn't even fresh frozen. And I froze dry flour, and I put
Mhm.
it in my freezer, and I left it there for 6 years. And it was not sealed properly. It was not like anything was done properly. Well, I made flour rosin with that flour like 6 years after I put it in the freezer. And dude, it was some of the loudest rosin I've ever made. Like it was insane. People said it looked like a baby's diaper because it was still on parchment. So I'd open the parchment and they'd be like, dude, that looks like baby shit. Like what the fuck? But if I opened it, someone would literally smell it across the room.
So yeah, preservation, man. Cold
Cold
chain,
chain
baby.
for the win. Well, and you know what? It's an interesting discussion too, especially while I'm here making traditional hash, because traditional hash obviously requires, it's quite the opposite. It is literally the opposite. What you're doing is you're aging it, you're creating that skin, you're totally altering the volatile organic compounds that change and shift into something that is more known as a traditional hash. With hash, we want to cure, which is quite the opposite of preserving. When it comes to full melt bubble, live hash rosin, most resins, aside from say a traditional pressed hash, because that pressed hash is going to create that skin on the outside of the hash that's going to preserve what's going on the inside. Obviously, the outside of the hash, there's going to be some alterations in the volatile organic compounds. It's going to create that skin, and then that skin, becomes a super important component of the curing, right? Of that final product. So it's neat that I'm literally doing the opposite of the cold supply chain right now. But I digress. I digress. Here we got Mr. Colin in here. He was coming in.
So here's
You
a question
coming,
for
buddy?
you, cold chain freezing kind of types. So you know, when you think about the history of frozen foods, right? I mean, there was a lot of serendipity in how they came across the process of flash freezing, right? So in a flash freezing process where you're taking material cold very, very quickly, you don't get the opportunity to form large nucleation sites for the ice crystals, right? So you get very, very small ice crystals, right, in flash freezing. And, as it turns out, I mean, that was like the whole magic of bird's eyes process. And I don't know if you've ever seen the television show, The Food That Built America. That's a pretty one-sided view of things. It's not America, but it's the rest of the world. There's actually an episode that they talk about Bird's Eye and how Marjorie Post, who is the heir of the C.W. Post family, sort of saw the promise. I mean, people didn't have, this was before microwave ovens, right? And I think it was before people would normally have freezers in their house, so the notion that people would go and buy frozen food, and back then, again, I think they really were sort of perfecting the process of flash freezing because if it's something that's like meat or something like fish or, beef or anything that's got um, that has water in it. So and we could talk about this again specifically for plants because plants really have two kinds of water, right? There's water that's part of the water activity of a material, right? Which is related to the percent moisture, and that could be something that could be dried in a vacuum. Like you can completely desiccate that. When you do lose terpenes in that process. So it's somewhat a little difficult to actually take plant material, and measure percent water per se. That's why they have this water activity measurement, and that's very common in, cannabis testing labs. In fact, if they don't test for water activity, if you're reporting cannabinoid content back to dry weight basis of material. So like whenever you look at a COA and you're looking at like the percent THC or THCA or whatever the cannabinoid you're looking at, it's supposed to be corrected to on a dry weight basis, but that nugget that goes into the testing lab isn't completely dry. So the way that they can report the HPLC results on a dry weight basis when they don't use a dry nug, because when you dry that nug, you do all kinds of other affecting. Like when you dry a nug and you're losing the water, you're also losing terpenes. And so anything that you lose is going to drive cannabinoid content up. So that's a potential way for, again, testing labs to basically dial up their THC results, is that they could basically test the dried bud. But what they're supposed to do is test the bud as it's received. And as it's received, there's water associated with it. Again, going back to the bird's eye process, the flash freezing process is done so rapidly. TJ, you know this, right? In flash freezing, like if you take a piece of salmon and you flash freeze it, it's done so rapidly that there's not time for like the ice
Large
crystals to
growth
kind
of
of
the ice
migrate
crystals.
together
Yeah.
to make bigger crystals, and it's the bigger crystals that disrupt the cell walls. And like if you're freezing a piece of meat, then when you go to thaw it out, now all that damaged cell wall, it makes the meat rubbery, or it just doesn't give the same, flaky texture when you make it anymore. But I guess again, in relation to plant material, it's interesting because the cell wall itself is held together with water molecules, right? So if you completely desiccate the herb, if you completely remove all water, you're basically going to destroy all the plant cells, and you're just going to have it's like taking a filing cabinet and just dumping all the files on the floor and say, okay, you know, there's it's just, you're taking shit that's compartmentalized and moving shit around. So I guess how it relates to the storage of the material and whether or not it's useful in terms of hash making is that if you don't damage the cell walls, if you can do flash freezing where it's, again, you're not going to see, I mean, everyone knows what freezer burn looks like. When you take something out of the freezer and there's like kind of like a layer of ice crystals, like say I don't know, butchered some meat or something like that, and you take something out of the freezer and there's a bunch of ice cream. That's what they would call freezer burn, and that sometimes attributes to, again, a just change in flavor and taste and texture of whatever you're freezing. But I guess as it relates to plant material, again, you would think that a flash freezing process would be better because you're damaging less cell walls and less of those compartments that could release, I don't know, chlorophyll, pigment, yada, 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 whatever else. So maybe that's just a area to have discussion on flash freezing.
Yeah, man, when you're talking about it, we definitely noticed when we were, flash freezing frozen material, then putting it into a freeze dryer versus something that wasn't flash frozen. Those larger ice crystals they created when you would pull it out, sometimes it was more susceptible to like the humidity. So if you were opening your weed in Hawaii or somewhere, you had a really moist morning on the West Coast, sometimes it would, retain moisture or change to its environment easier. And some of that I think was due to, larger ice crystal growth. So that's interesting.
Well, and so that water is coming from somewhere, right? And so if you're in the process of freezing, and again, I think this is again the basis of what we call freezer burn, is that that water kind of condensates and then freezes like out of the matrix of whatever you're freezing, whether it's plant material or salmon or beef or whatever you're freezing, right? And so now you've taken water away from that. That's got to, again, damage the structure in a way. But the question really becomes like, how does that affect the quality of the hash? So if you took, so just to calibrate everyone so we know what we're talking about. So TJ knows this, right? So dry ice is minus 78, right? Minus 78 centigrade, right? Liquid nitrogen is like what? Like 198 or 196, minus 196. So
Fahrenheit. CO2 is negative 108 Fahrenheit, and nitrogen is negative 325 Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit, you're right. I always think like a scientist. I'm stuck in like Celsius and grams and tried to defect over to the metric system during high school, but it still hasn't worked, right? So like if you think about it again, like I mean, I don't know, like if you took, so it's funny you mentioned Baroni because I think, a couple things were going on back when they were doing that. And I think a lot of it was just, they were in there for the first time. You're right. The innovation around live, TJ, you're absolutely right, did not happen until I think like, Kind Bill and all those people started doing live resin extractions, and they're the Denver crew over at Mindful, and a lot of that live resin technology, I think kind of like spilled over into rosin, like, oh yeah, totally makes sense, right? When you fresh freeze the material, you're taking a snapshot of the terpene profile right at harvest, right? You're not you're not curing, right? Like Marcus was talking about curing before. Curing is the whole process that, yeah, you have the first process of drying, which is just the transpiration of water out of the plant material. But then there's the curing process, which typically happens, you know, anaerobically, right? You're in a jar, but you'd burp your jars or your containers or whatever you're doing. But there's oxidation going on there. There's volatilization going on there. There's kind of like in the same process of the cheese world and in the wine world, there's a certain chemistry in the natural sense that's in that aging sense is really having a function of the environment itself of how you're aging it and how you're doing all that with fresh frozen. I mean, the cool thing about it again is that I think that you're looking at terpene levels that were way beyond what we were seeing with just like, making, shatter and all that. And so, like, in some cases, again, the THCA molecule is a crystalline solid, right? So if you think about an extract of cannabis, it's going to be high in this crystalline solid. So it's probably going to be a solid, right? Shatter, pull and snap, right? But when we started doing live resin, now there was so much more terpenes in it that now shit was making sauce, right? And so, as an Italian, and hey, it's Sunday, right? We all celebrate sauce on Sunday, right? In my family, it was never gravy; it was always sauce. I don't know about you guys, but gravy was restricted to roast beef and turkey and some
In
Italians
my
say
family,
whatever
gravy
has
was
meat,
considered a
if there's meat in it, it's gravy. Otherwise, it's
right.
sauce. But I always like, you know, spaghetti sauce. I don't know. For some reason, it's
So
always sauce. But
I want to
now
go back to what you
again, the
said, Mark.
extract, and this is why it plays into cold storage, is that you know, the terpenes are really the differentiator in your grow. We know these monsters are going to make THCA and they're going to make lots of it. Now the question is like the terpene profiles are going to be different in different varieties and you're going to have different saturation points for THCA. So in some cases, those live extracts are going to be liquids. In other cases, they're going to be mixtures of liquids and solids. In other cases, they're just going to be solids, right? Because you don't have enough terpenes to keep everything in solution. So
All right,
yeah,
I want to go
it's
back to something you said because it's
go ahead.
I would love to
Sorry, I was
put
rambling there.
no, it was great. I
Ramble.
appreciated everything you said and I liked the You know, you're more of an oil guy, so I see your perspective. I will say this: when I started making bubble hash in the '90s, I used dry material, and I used material that created 6-star bubble hash from bone dry material. And that was what I used to make. And it used to melt into a liquid. And that all the first bubble anyone saw from me was that was 6-star, was made with a cake mixer, ice, and a bucket. And that was 6-star bubble. So I would put this out to the community to see if you can find online which came first, BHO fresh frozen or bubble hash fresh frozen. And the reason I say that is because I was getting 6-star, but very few other people were from dry material. And it was very early on that people in the bubble hash world were like, we're starting to use fresh material instead of dry. This could have been 2001, 2000. I don't remember, but I'd love
Yeah,
for,
Nicotine, right?
well, he was definitely one of them, but Nikki T also wasn't around in 2001. I don't think Nikki T hit the scene till around '07 or
Seven,
'08.
yeah.
So
Well,
when you really like jump into the history, like everyone thinks the history is this, oh, back in the day, but back in the day, there were like 9 different back in the days. And how far back in the day did you go? You know, for me, it was the beginning. There was nobody was doing it. It was only dry. And then all of a sudden, and I can't remember. I remember a little bit feeling like both fresh frozen and microplaning happened very close together. And these were two ways to get a full melt product from a product that wouldn't be full melt if you didn't do that. So the way I looked at it was like, oh, they're cheating. They're cheating. Instead of just growing great fucking weed and expressing it to the perfection, they've got to shred the heads and open them up. So now all the oil is on the outside of the head. So when you pass a flame over it, of course it's going to boil and melt, but when the heads were intact and that wax membrane was so thick and you held the flame across it, it did not melt. And so I
So
coined the term foam melt back
who
then.
was doing that in 2001, Marcus? Who did you
Well,
say?
I don't have an exact memory of exactly how it came to be. Like I said, I was getting full melt 6-star bubble from bone dry material. And so it was only a couple of years, 2 or 3 years in, that people stopped sieving their resin and they started microplaning. And people stopped running dry material. They started running fresh material. And I just thought, look, I'm not against running fresh material, but if you dry that fresh material out and you run it and it's like 4-star, then you need to do some serious fucking work in your grow room before you come up with any more faux ways to get melty hash. Like fix the problem, and then you'll see down the road there's a lot. You know, like you take great material and you do the cold supply chain, you're going to end up with something absolutely spectacular. There's no doubt about it. What I'm thinking is, especially in the hemp world, cold supply chain is so very important. It's more important for people who grow mids. It just is. I mean, if you're growing mids, you better protect what's barely there. If you're growing exceptional cannabis, I mean, maybe I was losing, what could I have possibly been losing? 5%, 10%? It was
Yeah.
6-star bubble. It melted into a liquid. Everyone was like, what the fuck is that? So I do have this interesting sort of perspective because and I remember kind of being like, okay, I'll start running fresh frozen. I don't know if it was '04, '03, '05, '02. After 30 years, it's hard to remember.
Yeah.
it
Well, it
does.
was around that time I think I first heard the term bubble hash and was out on Fish Store. And I want to say it was
Nice.
2001 before the hiatus.
Hell
But
yeah. Zarathustra.
so yeah, so to go back to something you had said or something we were talking about earlier. So Marcus, if you're thinking, again, like I think a lot of hemp growers who go into it naively, I mean, the Amish kind of knew this because they practiced tobacco cultivation for years outdoors, is that you only grow to the capacity to which you can dry, right?
Right.
So I don't know if you know anybody who planted, acres and acres of hemp, and then when it came to harvest, it's like, oh shit, what do we do now? Need a fucking barn big enough to hang those 10 acres, right? And that's not a well, in tobacco, I mean, so you grow the acreage to the extent to which you can hang and dry that tobacco and get a return on it. I think with a lot of hemp, a lot of people like, well, I'll just freeze it, you know. So you go out and hack these big plants down, throw it into a super sack and freeze it. Now you got a bunch of, you know, unprocessed material that's out in the freezer
Costing you $7 grand a month on fucking electricity for keeping it cold.
Yeah.
costing you all kinds of money. So let's talk about that, Marcus. So like scaling is super important. And certainly when it comes to cold supply chain, that's why I think, deep pockets are are there to basically say, okay, all you need is more money, to have like bigger freezers or reefer trucks or, whatever you need to maintain your cold supply chain,
Yeah.
especially like on the beverage side here in the States. That's one of the reasons why the cannabis-based beverages is such a popular market segment for folks who already have the established cold supply chain. For this is just another SKU or another couple SKUs for them, right? They're just putting more product out through and getting more return on their existing investment and infrastructure. But anyway, yeah, I
I
mean,
digress.
the
Well,
the
listen.
economics there are very compelling because it
Well,
costs a
listen.
lot of money
If
to
cucumbers
run.
and tomatoes can do it, I'm sure we can do it as well. No matter how little cannabis sells for, it will always sell for more than cucumbers and tomatoes. And I was in a facility maybe 5 years ago, and they had a cold room that you could drive, I don't know, about 100 semi-trailers into. It was like a giant warehouse that was like super cold, and I was like, "Oh, this is what you do. You just cut all your hot house tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers. They're selling to like Japan and Asia. Um, they're an Indian family in Canada that Ian Davidson brought me to. Spectacular infrastructure on this. But what I'm saying is, if someone invested $100 million into tomatoes and cucumbers and peppers and spinach to keep it cold, well, then there's definitely going to be someone to invest $100 million for cannabis, because even on the lowest, no prohibition, horrible margin, we still get more than like 42 cents a pound.
Yeah,
For
that's interesting perspective when you talk about scaling it like that, and that's what
Yeah.
it's doing. And when you
Yeah.
start, it's going to
what was
come.
that number for, Marcus, just before we move on?
What? Sorry?
So the number 42 cents a pound was what?
Oh, well, like what they're
That's what the fresh
wholesaling,
fro.
like peppers and cucumbers, and like these guys that are
Oh,
selling just food in Canada, and they have these massive cold rooms that are the size of a Walmart, right? You just drive in, it's a giant warehouse, and it's like cold, to keep all the fruit from fucking,
Right.
going bad. And if they can have a cold supply chain and keep that giant building cold and fucking drive those peppers across the country or fly them to
Okay.
Asia, there must be enough. We must be
I
able to
see
do it
your
in
point.
cannabis as well. We
I
must,
see.
yeah.
I see your
because
point.
they don't get $1,000 a pound for peppers. Like, are you
That's what
kidding
I
me?
was going to go to, right? So it's a top down, right? You got to think about it from the concept of the consumer. First is going to be the one to come with the demand, right? Is it chicken egg, right? Is the demand going to drive the farmer to create the fresh frozen, or is it the other way around? Is the farmer going to, recognize, or the processor, the savings associated and the higher, are they going to get a combination of savings from reduced labor and a higher ticket because there's a premium for the final end SKU? Like, that's the winning combo. And that's kind of the essence of what cold chain is, giving people a chance to accomplish. Because when you start unpacking, when you look at, your balance sheet or your COGS, associated with A to Z, creating a SKU, I mean, those hidden expenses, every single dollar you spend to process your product devalues it. And, look, we're all trying to run a profitable business. I mean, of course, demand is going to drive a certain supply, but that's the essence of what that's the tackle. That's the elephant in the room. That's the challenge, is us and that's what we bring to the table. Like every day as a resonator, that's what we're faced with when our clients are calling us saying, here's the problem I'm trying to solve for. They're doing their research and they're coming up with like, hey, this is a pathway that seems valid, for what my experience is. So, or what I'm trying to have it be. And so now it becomes on us to unpack how it is that, it's on some levels like we almost have to understand our clients' business better than they do, because so many people are, they might have been growing cannabis for 20 years, but they don't have a live SKU on their shelf. And so what does fresh frozen mean? What does cold chain mean? Becomes, I mean, it's a whole nother world. Just like every lane that we're talking about here is its own. I mean, there's a super highway, but Sift to hydrocarbon or just hydrocarbon lane in its own. So, rosin, solventless lane on its own, and so rosin, solventless has all of its multiple different pathways, and then you have flour, and you start talking about when you introduce live flour and dry flour to the equation. I mean, it just goes, the pathway becomes, like I said, it's a super highway, of opportunity. And so how do you you drown in opportunity, and so we have to find a way to say what's the thing, for us that, and sometimes that means eating the whole animal. That's kind of where we're at with the industry, because there's been so much, there's just no room for error anymore. And you have to kind of understand how to really get the most out of what you're doing, and that's why, you talk about scaling. It's like Rustin's one of our chief techs. He gets out into the field and sees, you know, he experiences this every day with solving problems in real time. As opposed to just like on a phone call. It's hard to diagnose. A lot of this stuff comes down to, it's standard SOP, because your environment's different, your setup's different, the equipment that you're using is different. You have different access to, different types of, what's your power grid, what's your storage space, what's your, then you got to think about the workflow, and then the backup generator if you're going into fresh frozen is critical, because that's probably one of the biggest exposures people don't think about is what happens if power goes out. So as long as you have a backup plan and a generator, or at least you know a plan in place, it's like a fire drill. You need to know what's going to happen if the power company says, "Hey, we're having a power event." What are you going to do? So those things become real factors that have to be considered when you're trying to get into fresh frozen. I mean, you're talking about ice crystal sizes earlier, Mark. Rustin can get. Why don't you spill into some of that ice crystal size formation and the reality of how it translates in these SKUs, Russ?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with the live flower. The smaller the ice crystal, the I think the easier it is to remove from the plant too. At least, I guess, if we're talking about freeze drying cannabis and the size of the ice crystal, you've got two different stages of freeze drying. You have your primary and then you have your secondary. The primary drying is kind of what you were talking about earlier, Mark. Your water that's not bound, right? And so
Yeah,
that comes
active
off and
water,
like,
what they call
yeah, your
active water.
active water. Yep. So your active
And
water, and
that's
that
water that
removes.
can be dried away, I guess.
Yep, yep. And so that sublimates, the first 12 hours of that primary drying removes probably like 80% of your 80% of your water. And then the rest of it is, it's kind of the desorption stage. The second stage is where you're just more wicking that material. And that's probably like what you're talking about when you're losing those terpenes, right? Um, is more towards that end. And that's when your temperatures are a little bit higher in your freeze drying stage too. So, it's important and that's kind of been the whole problem with freeze drying cannabis, as we found through the last several years of working with it is, the first people that were doing it were, there was no way for them to know when to pull it out. So they were over drying it. And then, you're wicking all that moisture. And then like, it could have been drying 6 hours past and there was no water to remove. And it's, they're not controlling their temperatures or staging. And so it put a really bad name out for freeze dried flower. But to tie that back into the ice crystals is, with that specific SKU, um, I think it's more on a back end, and maybe it's just with how it's going to be affected by the environment around it. And that's been the biggest thing that I've noticed with it. Moving it around and taking it around is it as you open up big quantities of it, it'll take on moisture a lot quicker.
Right.
If it has those larger ice crystals, right?
Well, and doesn't it, like, just in general in production, doesn't that create all kinds of issues? I would just imagine, again, if you have certain amount of freezer burn per se, um, on different samples that, if you take them out, the clock starts ticking immediately before you have a bunch of soggy weed, right? I mean, so like,
Yeah.
so the way that those that ice is desiccated from the plant material is now concentrated and will create a puddle of water, right? And now, yeah, you get soggy weed, I would imagine, right?
I would also mention that the unbound water, which is the water he was talking about, this is the water that feeds your yeast and mold count. This is
Yeah.
non-cellular water. This is water that you want to get out. And the real conversation between bound and unbound water is, right? So you go into GMP, and GMP, the proper bound water is probably zero point 0.6. People bring it down to 0.55, they bring it down to 0.45. When you get it down to 0.45, you are literally reducing 7% of the weight of your crop by removing bound water. The reason they do that is because they're nervous about yeast and molds. And the higher level that you're in for regulatory framework, the more safe you're going to be. But in reality, even at 0.55, you're losing about 3% of the weight of your crop. And this is
which
actual
is money.
cellular weight. It's money.
Yeah,
And it's not only money.
money,
Once
but
you unplug bound water and you crack that little seal and bound cellular water now can come out, well, what do you think it's going to do when it gets into a package, say in
Yeah.
Colorado? It's
Turn to
going to go
dust.
bone dry. It's going to turn to
Yeah.
dust. So there's a protection mechanism involved with the bound water where you want to get as close to it as possible, but you don't want to crack it and go into it. And I have very little knowledge about this. And for anyone that thinks that I may have made a mistake, please correct me. We are going to have a hash church on bound and unbound water in the near future. I've had great conversations with Dave from Canatrol, who came from the charcuterie board industry, which is meats and cheeses, and believe it or not, meats and cheeses off gas, very similarly
He's up
to
here in
cannabis.
Vermont.
He absolutely is. Yep.
yeah, well, we noticed that too. So not to tie it back to the freeze drying process, but it's correlating very well here. It's like the further that we took that when we were first doing it and wicking that bound water out, it wouldn't smoke good. Like it was like it couldn't go through an enzymatic process because there was no water activity for the enzymes were like dormant, right? They couldn't actually start breaking down sugars and chlorophylls and going through that curing process because there was no water available, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think, we've talked a little bit about this. I don't really know that we have good data on it, but water does play a role in rosin formation. I would think that that's, just under rosin formation, that there might be all kinds of different mechanisms for the release of the unbound water, not just bound water. But the other thing is that, obviously, I mean, the more water, so water can help, but it could hurt, so like if you're not desiccate, so I guess maybe Rustin, you could go back on something you had said. We were talking about first just freezing, but then you were discussing freeze drying. So freeze drying is just freezing under vacuum, right?
Yep.
And so if you're pulling a vacuum,
Well,
if
it's
you
not just freezing under a vacuum. There's also heat involved, which is part
Sublimation.
of the sublimation.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
Sublimation
all
under
right.
vacuum is lyophilization.
Yeah, more things to talk about.
Yes.
Yes. Like I was just going to say what a scientist call lyophilizing. And so typically you'd have like a cold trap there. So if you were removing mostly water, like wholesaling all that water out, do you get a fragrant fraction there of terpenes in that cold trap?
Yeah, you can put a cold trap on your freeze dryer, but a lot of the terpenes that are being removed are water soluble, so they'll actually be in the ice on the ice bank. Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that would create, so like if you thaw out that ice, it creates basically a sol. I mean, just same thing like ice water hash, water, right? I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that.
there's terpenes that are dissolved in there. So is that fragrant at all?
Oh, the water. I mean, yeah, it kind of
Yeah.
has a smell, but it's pretty diluted, and there's other like hydrosols and stuff in there too.
Well, also that's one of a key distinction, okay, that should be noted here is about vapor pressure control because deep vacuum is where those terpenes really volatilize. There's no way around it. And so, having vapor pressure control in combination with your lyophilization process is something that really, we took on as a relationship to flower because it was a pretty obvious pathway where recognizable and COAs even, reflect, more potent product in both terpenes and cannabinoids post lyophilization because it's preserving it in its optimum state. And when you're going deep vacuum, not only is it not present on the COAs, but it's pretty obvious, from the nose. And I mean, that was a night and day distinction that we discovered in our pathway of our story, how to freeze dry cannabis. Because at first there was deep vacuum and we were volatilizing all the terps and we were getting a mixed variety of results, but it was lackluster on the nose. And then as soon as we started identifying that vacuum control was a critical factor, and we started figuring out how to control, vacuum control, and then what was not only how to get vacuum control, because I used to do it manual with the first one was a $15 bleeder valve from Ace Hardware, that I found a way just to put into the system so that I could, but it was, it would spike and it was every 15 minutes I'd have to monitor it, waking up. But
it wasn't digital, so you'd have this
Yeah.
vapor pressure that's being created, and then it couldn't condense fast enough in the freeze dryer, so it's constantly moving. And so you would try to digitally sit there and bleed it.
So we finally figured that out. And when we did, we like, okay, it was night and day. Like, oh, there they are. There's the terps. Wow. And then, you start getting into moisture, targeted control, knowing how to properly, pull the
It's funny
product.
talking about the vapor pressure control there, because I'm interested. I'm kind of excited to start playing with that with Bubble Hash and Live Sift, and to see if that translates, because it's been translating with flower. So is that going to translate with the Sift and the Bubble Hash? Because right now the whole industry is using harvest rights and using these others. Like, there's not a lot of people that are controlling vapor pressure with their Bubble Hash, and I think it's going to help maintain some of those terps. So it'll be interesting to see.
Well, we know it will because we've been doing it with, doing hash inside of our, like our high life units. Like we work with the, large commercial companies like Cuttin, the leader in the world in freeze dryers, based out of New Zealand. We partnered with to develop freeze dryers for cannabis to do this at scale, right? And, but that's not really accessible to, the smaller labs. And so we actually just launched a brand new, freeze dryer line, the High Life freeze dryer line with TCI, and we have hash dryers and bud dryers. The bud dryers have vapor pressure control built in with, virtual cannabis recipes are built for cannabis. And so, popcorn button status. And the hash dryers have that upgradable feature. So, we're going to be able to start seeing this implemented in industry. Right now, this is live. So, we're taking it to the streets, and really, I think it's helping us and the rest of the industry to raise its game. And
We kind of did something cool too with the hash dryers, is we have probes in there as well, so you can have a better idea instead of having to pop open your freeze dryer, check your hash, put it back in, go under vacuum. That temperature is just, you're going to be able to tell when your hash is done based on the temperature. So
they're not just monitoring probes, they're probe driven recipes. And this is new. This is amazing because based off of the performance of the probes, you know exactly what's going on, relationship of the product temperature to the shelf temp. And that's
So these are probe sensors, basically.
Yeah, but it's probe driven.
Yep.
Not just
so
monitoring.
you should I want to link you guys up with Andrew, who's the CEO of the Rosin Reactor Company.
Yeah.
And this guy's dad was like a sensor savant. He can tell you the story, but I am absolutely putting you guys together.
Is that sample automation?
It is sample
Yeah,
automation.
Okay. Yeah, I actually got the pleasure to meet them.
This dude's on another level when it comes to understanding sensors. He's just like, he's the full melt sensor guy. If that, you know what I mean? He's the 90 micron sensor guy. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh shit, my computer's gonna die. I better plug my computer in here. Holy shit. Holy shit, boys. Could you imagine just running hash church and then all of a sudden the whole thing shuts down because I didn't plug my computer in? That would have been awesome.
Has that ever happened?
I feel like everything's happened, but I don't know if that one has happened. I've definitely my phone died. My phone died in a crazy power failure. I remember that was Skunkman Sam's episode after he passed away. It was our first episode after he was gone. It was a very difficult episode to do, and I had to do it on my phone because there was no power in my house. It had snowed the night before, and a tree fell down on the line. So just craziness. Okay. All right, I'm going to go on mute because I am going to be doing something loud here for a little bit, but talk amongst yourself and continue the conversation. I'm excited. Also, if Colin or anyone tries to come in and I don't see it, just say something because I have you guys in my ears, but I will be on mute.
Right on.
Marcus, can I share?
You should be able to. Go ahead, try. Just let's see if
Yeah, okay,
if I've got to give
hold
you
on,
permission
let's
or
see if
not.
I could share. Okay. It says send request.
Perfect. Allow. That's easy. I would love to just make it so everyone can share forever, but it resets it every time on me, and I haven't found that setting. But you can share. You can
Yeah,
share
let's
now.
see if you can see this.
I can see it.
Okay. What do you see?
Yeah, 60 screening results.
Okay, so you can see that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So here, let me put it in slideshow mode. Let's see. Can you see it now? Okay. Can you see this next?
Yeah, the next page. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this is so I got back some data from the National Cancer Institute has got a screening process where they look at different tumor cell lines, and they just so happen to have 60, so it's called the NCI 60, National Cancer Institute 60. And so we had a bunch of compounds evaluated. I don't know if you could see these structures, but this is HHCA, which is hydrogenated THCA. And when you hydrogenate it, you make a both 9R isomer and you make a 9S isomer.
So tell
And
me, what does that mean? Back up for a second, because what do you mean when explain what that process is?
Okay, so the plant makes THCA, right? And so when
Yep.
you take THCA and you add hydrogen to it, it converts THCA into HHCA. Similar to HHC, so you've probably heard about HHC. HHC is hydrogenated THC, right? And so when you hydrogenate, you add hydrogen to a double bond usually in the molecule. In this case, if you could see the structure here, there's no double bond where there's normally a double bond in THCA. So this is what we call HHCA. And when you hydrogenate THCA, you make a mixture of the 9R isomer as well as the 9S isomer. I don't know. Can you see
Yep.
my screen?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, you
Yeah.
can see this. Okay, cool. So we've also now
9%
hydrofluorinated the double bond. So in the case of adding hydrogen to the double bond, we make HHCA. In the case of hydrofluorinating it, we make this 9-fluoro. So now there's a fluoro atom here, a fluorine atom that's covalently connected to the structure now. And so people hadn't looked at the 9-fluoro derivatives yet. So we're the first people to look at these. And as it turns out, so this is the hydrofluorinated version of THC. So when you take THC and you hydrofluorinate it, you make this 9-fluoro HHC. And this is a super active compound. And I'll show you the data for this in a second. And this
Can I
is
dab it?
well, no, probably not. I wouldn't dab any of these yet. These are experimental compounds not intended for dabbing.
What are they intended for?
Okay, so someone's telling me that they can't see the right side of the slide. Can you guys see the slide up there?
Yeah, I can see the whole slide.
Oh, you can see
I
it.
can see
Okay.
the whole
All right,
slide.
good. All right. So here's what the data looks like. So in this case, we also used HHCA as a mixture of both the R and the S. So here's what the data looks like. And so what
Okay,
this
so
is
you have your pick. You have my drive, Crushers XLS library. You have the wrong page open, so you need to hit the tab on what you want to share. You're sharing your page, but it's your drive that you're sharing.
That
There you
was
go.
No, I think there's two things. Yeah.
Was there? Well, that's the image now. I see 9R HHCA. I see all the colors. I see the graph. But
yeah.
before that, it was pictures of
Mhm.
like flowers and machines and stuff. It was your one drive.
Oh, wait a second. I don't think that's my OneDrive at all.
It
mine, guys.
was.
That was TJ's.
Oh, it
Yeah,
was CJ's. We'll just shut it down
yeah.
if
There was two
if
different
both of
screens
you are
being
sharing
shared, so you could switch
simultaneously.
between the two.
Yeah, but you
It's just
can't
so
switch.
interesting.
You okay? So you can switch between the two, but the people watching can't.
Yeah, but the people can't.
That's
Yeah.
right. So only one at a time sharing, and then we won't have that problem.
So
Okay.
Pretty
TJ, yeah,
colors.
don't share.
Okay, yeah. So what these are these are all different
Per hour over here, guys.
these are all different tumor cell lines. And so up top here we have leukemia cell lines. These are um lung cancer cell lines. This is colon cancer. This is central nervous system cancer, so like brain cancer. Here's melanoma. Here's ovarian cancer. Here's renal cancer, prostate cancer, and so what you see here are these bars, and so certain bars are bigger than others, and so what this represents right here in the middle is basically the 0% growth, and so what you want to look for is something where you have no growth of the cell at all. That would be something called static. So it's um, it's not enabling the growth of the cell. But in this case, with this bar that really extends far here, it not only was static at the 0 point, but it actually killed the cancer cell itself. So you want to see these kinds of bars go
Wow.
over here to the right because that
No
indicates
way.
that basically above the 0 point, you're not only keeping the cells in check, but you're basically killing the cells themselves, right? And so this is
They're
the
going through
9R
their natural. They're triggered to go through their natural death process.
Yeah. Well, this is basically so this is a super hey ATN, this is a super high throughput
Hey, Doc.
assay where basically what they use is they use something called a cell glow titer assay, which basically generates light or color depending on what format they're using. But basically, I think this is light. And so they do this in a super high throughput format. So basically, they have cells in this 96 well plate, and they basically put solutions of our compound in there. And in this case, these solutions were at a concentration of 10 micromolar, which is what that's where they first start when they do this kind of testing. And so, yeah, you could see that this compound was pretty good at keeping the cells in check, but it didn't really kill many of the cells except for this variety up here. So it was just selective for killing that. So that's R isomer. What we see with the S isomer is the S isomer is much more active, right? You can kind of just see going back and forth between R and S. That looks like the R isomer is much more active, especially against these leukemia cell lines, which is pretty interesting. But so this is the hydrogenated
Dude, that's awesome.
isomer.
Do you
This is
think
the
that's
S
because of
isomer.
going to the previous one? Do you think that's because of blood flow that's happening, that's traveling and bringing everything along?
We don't know. We don't. I mean, this is an extremely high throughput assay that's basically in place to pick a winner from a bunch of losers, and it's done
Okay, so
in
there's no
such a
further
high
data than that.
throughput. Yeah, it's done in such a high throughput way that if they do find something that looks interesting, they'll take it for more advanced testing. So you can kind of see now you look at the S isomer, the S isomer is definitely more active than the R isomer. And then when you look at the hydrofluorinated isomer, it's definitely less active. So you see less killing here. But as soon as you decarboxylate this isomer, look what happens.
Hmm.
Right?
Whoa,
Oh,
no way.
That's
Whoa.
huge.
Dude, this is incredible.
Okay. So this is the carboxylated version, right?
I want to see. I want to see. Oh,
Right?
Pretty colors.
like Spinal
Pretty
Tap
cool.
11.
Now, okay, so what this is again is so if you take THCA and you add hydrogen fluoride across the double bond here, you're going to make this 9-fluoro HHCA. So rather than adding hydrogen across there to make HHCA, so these are the HHCA isomers, right? So that's just hydrogenated THCA, right? S isomer is a little more active. So then now we extend this to this hydrofluorinated chemistry. And you can see even the hydrofluorinated one is not as active as like the S hydrogenated one. The S hydrogenated one is really active. And we're finding that it's very interesting that the S isomer is more active than the R isomer. That's scientifically very intriguing on why that would be. But when we look at this decarboxylated version, wow, look at that, right? So basically, what this says is that this compound right here, which is basically hydrofluorinated THC, is not just keeping those cells in check, but actually killing all those cells. It's killing everything,
Dude,
right?
Is
Just
it
about.
forcing apoptosis, or is it just
We have no idea. All they know is that whatever was in that syringe, it killed all the cells, right? So here is now HHCV. So this is the 9-fluoro HHCV. So the difference between this one is this has got the 5-carbon tail here, right? You can see the 5-carbon tail. And here you have the 3-carbon tail. And you can still see we're really active against these varieties of leukemia, which is really interesting because we've been interested in leukemia and cancer and autoimmune disorders, and we currently have a manuscript where we're looking at a leukemic cell line called Jurkat cells, which are T cells that have gone leukemic. And again, what we find is very, very interesting that some of these compounds are active against it. But you could see this one is certainly the most active, more active than this one. And then this is the last, HHCA as a mixture. Again, we're still seeing activity on this particular line of. Okay, so I'll stop sharing. So yeah, so that's some exciting data. I mean, my whole research is all about taking the plant compounds and trying to find new and interesting compounds just because, I could do the chemistry to make these compounds, and you know, it's just always kind of interesting to see that, these cannabinoids. So we don't know, is our super active compound here acting at the cannabinoid receptor? So we're going to try to figure that out in the coming months and see if
seems
something
to
that's acting
penetrate all cells though?
well, and then the real question is it super toxic to healthy cells? I mean, it's
Oh,
okay.
That's the next
It's
thing,
great
right?
if we're toxic to cancer cells, but we want to make sure that we're not toxic. And before Marcus said, "Can we dab it?" I was like, "Well, before we would do anything like that, we'd have to do all kinds of safety assessments. And this isn't for recreational purposes, right? The plant's got that covered. This is for, you know,
When do you
pharmaceutical
go?
Mark,
development
who
for medicines of the
When do
future."
you go into that phase of that next phase then?
Well, so what they do is at the National Cancer Institute, they'll run this test at 10 micromolar, and now they've selected 4 of the 6 compounds that we sent to them, including the HHC, the 9H or 9F HHC, and they're going to now do it at 5 different doses. So what they'll do is they'll take that 10 micromolar dose and they'll do a tenfold dilution and see how it works at 1 micromolar. And then they'll dilute that, and that'll be 100 nanomolar. And then they'll dilute that, and that'll be 10 nanomolar. And then they'll dilute that, and it'll be 1 nanomolar. So they'll look to see where the activity, I mean, this is really super potent at 10 micromolar, but doesn't maintain its potency at those more dilute
Diluted points.
concentrations. Right. It'd be taking like your Gatorade and just completely diluting it with water and finding out, does it still taste like Gatorade at the end, you know? So you're establishing what would be known as IC50, which is the inhibitory concentration at where 50% of the cells have been killed. You kind of call that your so-called potency, and you see that these things are going to kill, and then at a certain area, the kill is going to drop off, and that's usually like a S-shaped curve. And right at the middle of that inflection point on that S-shaped curve is where your IC50 is. So, yeah, these compounds might be super potent, but I think it proves that, the receptors that, the endocannabinoid system is extremely important in the viability of cancer cells. I mean, how could it not? The data speaks for itself, right?
Yep.
Well,
That's incredible.
we've seen that already with the plant, but now that we can, or you're on the pathway of specialized compounds derived from that can, hyperactively go in that direction is huge because, we've been dealing with the anecdotal, I myself for 27 years now, right? So more science that backs it up, but pushes that envelope. I mean, just that showing everything across the line is huge. So, give us a time frame for finding out what efficacy is, because people think science is a fast thing. And if you're at the tip of the spear here with something, it's going to take some time. Just
You just
cautioning
said you've been
people.
doing this for 27 years. How many people have died since people started researching cancer?
Right.
These institutes that are called the Institute of Cancer should be called the Institutes for the Cure of Cancer. I think just the name change alone would probably instill quicker motion because holy fuck, my entire life, my family members have just been dying of cancer. It's just this mystery. It's nobody knows what it is, but it's like trillions have been seemingly spent to figure it out, and it's
That's just
devastating.
super sad, Marcus. But I could also tell you, and I know a few of these cases myself of people who are multi-survivor of cancers due to advances in medicine and the way we treat, and not necessarily pharmaceuticals, but just, treating health on a whole basis, kind of like, the endocannabinoid system along with nutrition. But, let's face it, some people rely on life-saving medicines to stay alive. And, I guess that's a larger debate on whether or not, we should create, medicines for people who would normally just either die or, suffer from some medical condition or, whatever. But just to go back to your question, ATN, like a timeline. So this is the front end of drug discovery. I mean, this is how like drugs are discovered. I mean, they'll do a high throughput screen where they'll screen many thousands, if not millions of compounds like this, find an active. I mean, it's easy to see when you're looking at that data. It's like, yeah, it's a little active. Yeah, it's a little active. Whoa! It's like what that's kind of like the Edison, aha moment that he found the right material for an incandescent, wick in his light bulb. I mean, it's like you know a winner when you have a bunch of losers, right? It's easy to see something that works. So again, we'll look at this at a lower dose, but then ultimately it would need to be looked at from, the metabolites. Are the metabolites toxic? Fluoride has got kind of like a notorious reputation of being bad. I mean, fluorine is also the basis of these so-called forever chemicals. Those are like perfluoroalkyl, sulfonates and carboxylates like PFOA and PFOS are completely environmentally non-benign. I mean, they don't. There's no known mechanism for their degradation. And if you got a hamburger at McDonald's between what was it, like about 1970 and like 1985, they used to coat McDonald's hamburger wrappers with this non-stick material similar to the stuff that they put on slacks and carpets and shit like that, that was basically a stain resist. So your food was actually touching it. It's in all of our bloods. These forever chemicals are going to be around forever. But the distinction between the molecule I showed you is that there's just one fluorine atom on that molecule, and fluorine is a really unique atom. If you look at the periodic table, it's at the upper northeast corner of the periodic. It's where Maine would be, right? If you're looking at the
Yeah, you
periodic
have to
table, right?
explain this science stuff to us nerds a little more.
Yeah, so fluorine is super interesting because it's small like hydrogen, right? Because it's up near the top of the periodic table. It's not a big atom, it's small, but it's the most electronegative element in on the periodic table. And so its electronegativity means it's going to have very different electronic properties than the hydrogen. So if we compare HHC to 9-fluoro-HHC, they're going to be very, very similar in the topology of the molecules, but that single change of that single atom is really a difference that, again, maybe what we're seeing here in this cancer screening. So it would need years of pharmaceutical development up to the point where a company would basically go to the FDA and say, we want to take this thing forward as a treatment for sickle cell disease, or as a treatment for leukemia, or as a treatment for diabetes, or a treatment for whatever. And then a company would basically have to convince the FDA that they have the right preclinical data, which costs millions of dollars to basically assemble the data package that you need to bring to the FDA to convince them that you have a drug that is safe enough, and preliminary indications indicate that it's effective, that they should warrant clinical testing in humans. And only after that, clinical testing, which has three phases, right? Phase 1 clinical trials, phase 2, phase 3, double blind placebo. So the doctor doesn't know, the patient doesn't know, no one knows who's getting the medication. And they look to see, is statistically the medication effective at controlling whatever the symptoms for the medical condition. On the other side of that, you get an FDA approved drug. Now you have a potentially life-saving drug that could generate billions of dollars in revenue. And that's probably like a 10-year process that's going to take probably almost $1 billion to get to that green light of, we have an FDA approved drug.
It needs to be done though. Who are you doing? Who are you spearheading that with? Like you're doing all
Well,
this work.
we're
Where's
trying
that?
to raise capital, so if anyone wants to send us a check. No, to be honest, yeah, I mean, this is something that is going to birth basically a pipeline for a cannabis pharmaceutical company. I mean, this is serious business. I mean, we filed patents on these things. I can only talk about it publicly after we, have filed patents and protected what we're looking for investors to basically help us raise the capital so we can do, the line to an investor. TJ, you'll love this. This is old school. You want to spend $1 million to make $1 billion?
I would suggest not looking for those investors anywhere near churches. I don't think you'll find them.
Well, it depends how many churches you have. I mean, just up here in Quebec, right? There's
Yeah,
there's
but
these
it's gonna
quaint
be,
little towns with churches in them, and
but
who
you're
knows? I
talking
mean,
more closer
can
to $2 billion now to bring
yeah,
and 10
cancer,
years
as
to
as Marcus was saying, cancer is a $1 billion industry. I mean, there are hospitals,
Billion?
there are insurance.
Come
multi-billion.
on. It's a $500 billion industry.
Yes, almost
Dr.
trillion
Brent
dollar
Reynolds told
industry.
me this years ago, and it blew my mind. He said, there's a drug that you take for brain tumors. It only helps 10% of people with brain tumors. It only reduces the tumor by 20%. It causes neuropathy in 90% of people who take it. 10 billion a year profit. One drug.
Dude,
Yeah. So,
Wow.
again, I could just settle by just saying, look, the plant has brought us so far already, right? The plant provides us all the goodness that we all love. The reason why we're on this call today, all together, we love hash and we love the plant. The plant can inspire chemists and researchers like me to try to make new things, not for recreational use, right? And it's kind of complicated with the whole deschedule. Everyone says, "Oh, research is going to be real easy. Research is going to be real easy," but it's still a risky venture to stand in front of, venture capital type people who have money and means to say, "Look, we're going to spend your money developing this drug." All when we know that if we get one bad result in a tox test, we're done. And now you've lost that investment. So that's why
It
it's
kind of creates
important
a
to have
situation
that's why it's
where,
important to have a pipeline of compounds. So if one compound dies, you have other compounds that could take its
To
place.
rely
Go ahead,
on.
Mark.
but the system is set up that you just said it perfectly. You get one failure, you have one mistake. It's created to create corruption. Who the fuck is going to spend $20 million and then find out, holy shit, all we have to do is lie about this one result and we can keep going? Otherwise, we're at a brick wall now. And this is what happens. These systems are, I just think that the people we have on the planet are so smart that if we didn't have these demonic energies setting up these fucking systems for us, they would be like, dude, how the fuck were we waiting 30 years? 30 years is insane. It's
Yeah.
bonkers.
Well, not
It's,
to
yeah,
mention,
27 years.
the test coming, right? The other side of this, the scary part to your point, is those that do have the money, they do have the money to do the research. If they're, depending on what side of the story they're on, they're going to spin a narrative that suits whatever their, pathway is. And so, great, there might be a inkling of truth or somebody spinning it, something that's, look, we got big tobacco, the big three, that everybody's been talking about federal legalization. Well, if and when that occurs, it'll open up that Pandora's box. We're already,
Yeah, that's not going to happen for a while. Everybody wants it, unfortunately.
I didn't think we'd be this far this soon. So it's just
It's
moving.
already happened in Canada. We got billions from the alcohol industry, the aliens. I talked to a guy in the wine industry the other day. He says his industry has taken like a 40% hit in the last 2 years. Like they are
Wow.
doing 40% less business. This guy's a huge wine broker. He's like, for whatever reason, women are getting healthier, they're drinking less, young people don't want to drink. They've got access to mushrooms and psychedelics and cannabis and fucking vapes and all these other things that are just like taking up,
They finally
more of,
realized hangovers suck.
dude. I
We
talk to
all
people about
realized.
hangovers. I never had one, but I talk to people all the time and I say, so what's a hangover like? And they're like, well, it's, imagine getting the flu, like a really bad flu, and then like you wake up that morning with the flu. That's what a hangover is like. And I'm like, I'm talking to some of my buddies and I'm like, so you do that anywhere from 20 to 50 times a year? You force your body to have the flu?
Oh,
Are you
we'll binge
fucking
it.
insane? Are
Yeah,
you insane? What the
but
fuck?
that's the thing, is that it's the culture that I was raised on. I grew up in southern Louisiana. I was raised in New Orleans and outside in Cajun country. And I was given beer at 6 months with my gumbo, right? Because it was such an
Damn.
accepted norm that, you grow up in. I happened to grow up before 18 became 21 in Louisiana. So I was in the bars at 16. So I had access to alcohol. And of course, the first time I binge drank, I ended up with the worst hangover. And then I had to go back to the bar to pick up my clothes for work because old dumbass decided to get up and do a strip tease apparently on the bar at 16. And then, yeah, I had to go to work, and that was my only work clothes. And there's nothing like waking up at 3 in the afternoon to a hangover, and then you have to work in an hour and a half, and you have to call the bar and ask for your work clothes. Yeah, things that,
Damn.
but all it was all supported. It was all laughed at. It was all, oh, that's just youngins being younglings. It's
Of
so
course.
accepted, that in Louisiana, if I could reach a bar at Mardi Gras, they'll serve me.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, listen, I grew up in
that's
an
the
alcoholic
culture around
incubator myself.
alcohol in America. So I can't see it being any less pervasive in Canada, right? How old were
Oh
you when you
God, no.
first drank, Marcus?
I didn't. I just avoided it because I thought it was retarded behavior. Sorry for using the R word, but retarded. Yeah, just fucking insane. I just grew up in an incubator of alcoholics. I watched them all just drinking and sucking back alcohol, and people wanted to fight me because I didn't want to drink alcohol. And now my liver's just like, my liver, I would not trade for anyone's liver. I got the fucking liver of a 20-year-old. Like literally, like no alcohol has been through my liver or kidneys.
I know who to call if I need a liver.
Dude, I'm not giving it to you, but I will give you a piece. I'll give you a piece.
Right on,
He'll
man.
break you off some, is what he's saying.
I will break you off a little piece. That's all you need. We're
Well,
all holographic beings.
you know how you drink all day? You drink all day.
Yeah.
It's the only way
Oh
to
yeah.
drink.
In the military, they have a special place for you to drink on base, and they won't tax you when you buy it, and they'll
Jesus.
practically give it to you. And on every military base, the Budweiser trucks are painted the same camo as the tanks on base, so they can bring it out
Jesus.
in the field. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
these days, the cannabis infused drinks are, well, what I understand is really making a wave. There's a huge demand for those, and the big alcohol companies are seeing it. They're moving in on it, and it is it's just like anything though. Like the the market is what drives the demand, and this old money, and they're just going to pivot. They have the resources to do it. We're seeing it with MSOs, different brands and different markets. Out here in California, it's pretty, painfully obvious watching some of these bigger brands that are moving in. It's a tough time if you're not well established, to, actually, come into the market to penetrate, to establish a new brand is tougher than ever. And, there's some things you need to do to distinguish yourself from other brands. And one of those is diversity and live SKUs, which is, why cold chain is so relevant. I mean, it's fascinating that your research, Mark, it seems to indicate, right, that I interpret that correctly, that it was decarbing it that really translated to those results that went off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, in this particular case, I mean, I think the same thing with, THCA and THC, right? There's different,
One's
affinity
gonna get you high, the other is gonna not so
for the
much.
cannabinoid receptors, but THCA and what we're finding out again, uh, that the cannabinoid acids have their own pharmacology distinct from the decarboxylated cannabinoids and really lends credence to full spectrum formulation that really has both decarboxylated and carboxylated
Mm.
cannabinoids, and really thinking about it more as like nutritional, like, I think we've talked about juicing before. I mean, some
Oh,
people
yeah.
do it, some
Keys.
people don't, but I mean, again, it's a easy way of introducing cannabinoid acids into your body as more of a dietary supplement, nutritional aspect of it, right?
Well, in order
But
for them to be effective, they need a carrier, and that's why CBD isn't as effective without even a trace amount of THC, like something
yeah,
with so, right?
They need to be
yeah.
together for some reason.
Well,
Oak figure.
TJ, you mentioned again just big beverage. I mean, we've talked about beverage before, but it really beverage, especially the people who are spending money are, putting huge capital at risk and, making contracts with like Circle K, right? To get in those, it's really going to be affected by regulation. So, ATN, give us a 5 minute, like, what's the rescheduling update from your perspective? What's going on? I mean, two aspects, right? The rescheduling from 1 to 3, but also like who gets 280E and like how do you separate med from
Stay tuned.
adult?
This
It's
one is
just
a chapter still writing itself, Doc, and I
yeah,
wish
a
I could give
shit
answers.
show, like a
Well,
train wreck that becomes a shit show, right?
well, we're welcome to the shit show. You're all soaking in it. It's like the old advertising. Oh, you're soaking in it. We're in it. All right. Well, where are we? We're in no man's land. And no man's land is something where we've not all been together in a while. We've all been in the same shit show. However, now the shit show has changed. New lights, shinier. They're doing donuts in the street. But the reality is everybody is looking to La Dea for further guidance. DEA, sorry, La Dea is my Mexican friend's terms for it.
Yeah.
So
The Drug Enforcement Agency, folks.
correct. So they basically have moved their hearing until the end of June now. It was originally going to be June 10th. It's now June 28th. So we have applied, or at least Michael Crowitz from our group Veterans Action Council has applied to be in. Normal, NCIA, and others have all applied. So
So he
who
filled
gets
out the application, basically, right?
no,
The,
no, no. There's different things. There's to be in there. You had to write a letter, and it had to be by the
oh,
28th
he
to submit.
applied for testimony.
Has testify within the actual. Yes, we're trying to
Right.
get in
Okay.
because we're one of the prime experts since also the treaty experts. So we're going in to kind of push for Schedule 5 because we're showing how we are harmed by Schedule 3. So we're pushing for Schedule 5. Of course, we're pushing in the end for descheduling. However, over the counter has been what I've been doing for almost 3 decades now.
So,
So
but have
we
you
know it
applied
doesn't.
for a DEA license?
No, I have not. Now, that is my choice. I'm going to wait and see because currently the situation is untenable because to fill out the forms, and then once you apply, then you automatically open yourself to automatic DEA inspection.
Oh
Two,
shit.
Two, you can only now deal with distributors and manufacturers that are already in their system, which means if none of my distributors in California belong to the DEA system, I can't buy from them anymore. Okay.
What could
So,
possibly go wrong, right?
what could possibly go wrong? Why are you not jumping at this opportunity?
Well,
So
so
this is the
even
situation is we're
on
looking
the
for further
application
guidance.
itself, I
No
was just going to
guidance has
stop and
been
just say on the application itself, you're admitting a felony, right? You're
on
basically
top of that. Yes.
turning in a form to the federal government saying that I've committed a felony. Here you go. Please give me a license.
On top of the other things I have listed, right? Which makes it a bowl full of what? Right. I don't like nuts and bolts in my ice cream. It makes it hard to swallow. So this is a situation where we're going to California, other states are now reliant on their own guidance, and they can't get guidance until the DEA says something. So what happens after the 60-day window? Through this entire time for your appliance within that 6 months. You can be inspected at any time. What does that mean? What does that look like? So, my inherent decades of distrust of the DEA, of them being on the opposite side of the fence, I don't feel just because they're now sitting on the fence, I feel the need to reach out to their hand. And so I've watched seminars and been part of legal seminars. What my company chooses to do will be what my company chooses to do. I'm only speaking from my own personal choice
Right.
and experience in the sense that I do not currently trust the system. Now, it doesn't mean that we all don't want to join. Everybody wants to, that I know of. We all want to be legal. We all want to do things right. However, there is not a pathway there that we all see that would not turn into it's already a tangled skein, or pardon me, a tapestry that is all
Right.
over the place. There's slubs and fatness all over the place. There's no clear picture.
Well, and it's ripe
Until we
for
get that
sharks,
clear
right?
picture, I think it's best to stand back and wait and see.
It's ripe for sharks to come in and say, "Oh, sign up with my law firm. We have, trusted blah 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 blah. $20,000, here." Like,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, I'm seeing them charged to navigate you through filling out the paperwork now.
Of
well,
course.
but here's the thing, and I don't know if this is true, 18. I don't know if you heard this. If you don't sign up, like if you don't fill out an application, you're out of compliance with the the rescheduling, right? and they could come after you then. So you're kind of
Potentially.
damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, right?
Well, hold on, Mark.
Yeah.
Hey guys, good to see you guys. And so like, all right, this is an important thing you're saying. So if we're,
Hey, Colin, what's up, buddy?
hey, dude, good to see you, man.
Happy
Yeah. So,
birthday, Colin's mom. 80
oh
years
yeah, dude,
old.
80 years old. My mom, dude. Yeah,
That's
so
what's
it's so
up, bro.
epic. Yeah, good to
Yeah,
see
yeah.
you.
happy
Adam
birthday.
Palmer,
Dude.
much love.
Yeah, man. Mama Palmer last night was ripping. We went for a big walk today. I had my phone with me and I didn't bring a charger with me because I'm traveling and I was like bloop and it just died. So I was walking and I said, I'll wait until I get back to the house. Here I am. But dude, the thing about it, because I've been going through this too. I have now an international lab and there's all this stuff going on for me that I'm getting inundated with and learning about the international markets and learning about what's going on with Schedule 3. And I've been advised to kind of pause, like do not do anything at all because there is no clear guidance. It's very spotty if at best from what I've been told.
It just
And
opens you up to more
we
legal
just don't know
problems.
enough. Yeah,
Well,
we just
let me
don't know
just
enough
bring
yet.
one thing up. Thank God Sam wasn't a paranoid guy when he applied for his DEA license and had everyone telling him, oh, they're going to arrest you. You're going to have this
Yeah.
happen. You're going to have that happen. None of what Sam has done would have happened without his DEA export license. He understood that. He knew it for a fact. And I will say this, Colin, you don't have to pause shit. Just come up here, brother. We got this shit going on lock. We are actively involved in federal, international dealings. We
Well,
can
pretty
ship
soon,
things
bro,
to 19
you're
different
gonna,
countries.
yeah. Well, no, I pretty soon I think like we're gonna be there too. But I agree with you. Without Sam and someone taking that step, but here's the caveat to this: Sam wasn't operating in an existing business at the time. He was starting
Right.
anew,
And a
right?
different
And
country too. He was
in a
not in
different
the United
country
States.
In
and
a
all these other
different time.
things.
Correct.
Yeah, but mad respect because Marcus is so right. Without having the cojones to step up and say, you know what, I'm gonna go do this because I truly believe in this. Yeah, I don't think any of us would
It's why
actually be
everyone in
standing here today.
Holland hated him. It's why they called him the police, right? It's why Ben
Right.
Dronkers and many other people
Right. They said he
propagated
was
the rumor that Sam was DEA or because he did something they couldn't. And that was
Right.
really the bottom line of it. They fucking hated
he
him
was
for
doing
it.
something they weren't as well.
That's right.
And something that we weren't and aren't doing because I've been operating, federally illegal for 27 years. And Colin, speaks that real truth. And until we have guidance where we feel it is safe, that our businesses will not be stolen out from under us or shut out. Those are real concerns to all of my employees and their families, and that's a reality. And I can't.
But that's a reality
do that.
today. You're operating an
Correct.
illegal business without contacting
Yeah.
the DEA.
Well,
They could
but this
hammer
is the
you
thing
the same
also.
way.
But I
you're right.
also, if
Marcus is right.
if I apply, I'm going to be automatically denied because I hold an M license and an A license. If I was just holding an M license, that's a totally different story. But I can't roll back the clock here in California and all of a sudden make myself completely medical. If I get guidance from my state for protections to go there, that opens up a different door. But this is what I say is that we're all on a new area that we're all in together, and there is no solidness under our feet. We're all standing on sand except for Marcus.
Well,
We're
let me
all
tell you
standing
something
on
about
sand.
my experience. When
For now,
cannabis became federally legal in Canada, everyone was the same way. We were like, oh, blah, this, that, and the other thing. All the people who had been breaking the law for years stayed paranoid for a long time. It wasn't until companies started getting into trouble. Oh, Can West or Can Trust, they forgot to license a whole room of their facility, like 2,000 square foot room. They just grew an illegal garden at their legal facility. Well, all the people like us were like, oh my God, they're going to get like 10 years. They're going to lose their license. They're going to get fined $1 million. They got slapped on the hand, and I don't think they even paid their fine. So the thing that is changing is that it'll never be the way it was. And when legal companies are doing business and get like in trouble, they don't go to jail. They
But
don't
you have
like.
a
No,
legal
you're so right,
you have a
man. Like
legal guidance that we do not have
you're
yet.
yeah.
And once we have that legal guidance, as I stated earlier, Marcus, we all want to be there. We just want the correct pathway there. And
But
currently,
that's not
they
how
have
life
not given us.
works. That's not how
Well, I
life works.
know
I can
that's not
promise
how
you,
life
you will
works,
not get the
but
correct
that
path you want. It
parallel
just
in
won't happen.
Canada, your
We
parallel
didn't
in
get it the way
Canada
we
is
wanted
not
it.
our parallel in the United States. So we'll
No, but you're
navigate this.
chasing the
So
industry is
here's
going to belong to the US, and currently the industry
yeah.
is in Canada. We are doing all the export. I think Canada exported over 150,000 pounds of flour last year to 19 different countries, just to give you an
But
idea of
Portugal's
what
Yeah,
also
Canada's
so
doing.
doing that.
so
Well,
one
we
thing I want to
export to Portugal. Where do you think they get their flour?
And they
right.
export to Canada
That
and vice versa. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it goes both ways.
we don't allow countries to import flour and to Canada. And the reason that is because our industry is protected through regulatory framework. We're not going to spend billions of dollars building an industry so some asshole can go grow 1,000 hectares in Colombia and send it all to Canada for 3 cents a gram. So we have safety that have been that have regulatory frameworks that have been put into place in
Put
Canada
in
that don't
guardrails.
allow that. Big
Right.
Pretty
time
cool.
guardrails.
So
I mean, it protects the industry.
yeah, no, that's really cool. Now, one thing, by way of the lab that I have, I'm now I'm a part of a DEA license, one of the 6 here in the United States, and um, I find it really interesting that none of those licenses, to your point, Marcus, are able to import back in, um, due to the same exact thing. So, it's really interesting, and I think that we have a long way to go. The one caveat I keep bringing in my head is that the medical versus recreational licenses in the United States and Canada, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marcus, they came from a medical forward and then moved into recreational, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, just like everyone, I've watched it
Right.
happen in all the federal places. Everyone
Yeah.
uses medical as their shield. And the
Right.
minute rec comes in, medical goes right into the garbage can. And now everyone is a
Right.
recreational seller. And there's multiple reasons for that.
Right.
Obviously, the business of medical is very difficult. It's a whole different scenario. You're dealing with people who are sick, who this is medicine, versus people who
Right.
are buying your shit like at a gas station or whatever. Like it's just they're not
Yeah.
the same clientele. And most
Totally.
people who are in the herb industry do
Yep.
not have the know-how,
Right.
the
We talked
compassion,
about
the
that. Yeah.
empathy that people like Etienne have to in
Right.
order to care for patients. And so they're just like,
Right.
I don't want to deal with these people anymore. I just want to deal with recreational users. In the worst case scenario, they'll say it didn't taste good, but I won't have to listen about their life story about why it wasn't good for them and how this has affected them and all. It's
Totally.
heavy, man. Like what Etienne
Yeah.
does is heavy, bro. Like I could not even
Yep.
imagine how many people Etienne has known over the 30 years that have passed away that shopped at the Berkeley Patients Group. It must be in the hundreds. It could be in the thousands, which is sickening when you think about it. And I remember Hillary going through the same thing, even though she
Yeah.
didn't run the Compassion Club for near as long as Etienne. She was crushed, and I was crushed. I got to know these people. It was horrific. Every day you go in and be like, "Oh, so and so died on the streets." It's like, holy shit, bro! This is more serious than buying a vape pen at the gas station. So it's a crazy dichotomy that we have in the cannabis industry where we have this community, we have this medical, we have this industry.
Yeah.
There's so many different things that are all thrown into the pool. It's really amazing that we can make sense of all of it.
Yeah, no, it is. It's interesting. And I just see I see we have such a long path to go for medical to get its day, the idea of that, right? Like how does that bake into society and work in all the facets that all the other things that we, consider medicine to work, and I think I'm really excited for that. How do we bake into the fabric of people's lives? And yeah, I want to bring them terps, but I also want to bring them therapy, and I think that's the most important thing, that I saw working with close family members and others. And I'm sure Etienne, you can chime in here, like watching someone go from 100% to, to their deathbed is a really tough process. And you're not quite sure how to walk them down that line. and every patient is different, you know, and it's a journey for them and yourself, and you don't realize it until they stop coming to you, and you're like, huh, where'd Sally go? You know?
Or their
Um,
parent or their loved one comes up to you and finds you on the side and says, "Hey, I just want to let you know." That's how I find out more than anything, is usually
yeah,
from a loved one who is just usually appreciative, who comes and says, "Hey,
yeah,
you gave me insert time here more with the person I loved." And, it's hard not to cry during this time, because I cannot tell you how, as you stated, each one is personal. And
yeah,
yeah, thousands, thousands.
yeah.
The weight on the
So
soul
kudos to
is
you, man.
heavy.
You know, kudos to you. I've had
Oh,
a few in
kudos to
my,
you and everybody else. We all take the same risk. We all have the belief. We're just all trying to make a better place for people. And each one is doing what we can in our own way. So thank you. I appreciate it. It's hard to accept. It's just this isn't something I accepted as somebody who was ashamed of killing women, men, and children over oil. That's what I did at 21. So I have great shame over that. I didn't bring freedom to Kuwait and Iraq, back in 1991. So, I have a great deal of guilt over the body parts I had to eat next to that I created, right? So when you've created the worst and you've seen the worst that man can do to each other, as I always say, nothing teaches you peace like war.
Well,
If you're
thank
a
you for your
human,
service.
yeah, well said.
you
Who
know.
sent
Yeah.
you over there, Etienne? Who was the president when you went over?
Oh, it was my dumbass who volunteered. Oh, it was George
No,
Bush
but you.
Sr. George Bush
Oh
Sr.
gosh.
I got Gore because I was with the West Virginia National Guard. He was then the governor, so he came and gave a whole speech on, "You boys are going off and doing the good fight and blah 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 blah." And I tried to be a good soldier, and I did everything right. But man, when I got over there and found out firsthand from the locals what was really going on and how much I was lied to, and how much of a sucker I felt like, because I wasn't educated enough to realize what I was doing, nor had I developed as a male yet to understand what I was going through. So going through those series of traumas really, and almost dying from it, made me realize that I had to step outside of my role in life and help others. And I've spent my life doing so, and it's made my life better, but I still live with the guilt of those deaths more so than I feel any remorse over. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I feel remorse over everybody who's died here, but at the same time, those were peaceful deaths I helped bring along out of love and respect, not to tear them apart because of somebody told me to. I know that's
And
heavy, but that's what I live with, and that's what I'll die with.
Well, welcome home, brother. And
Love you.
you know, love you too, man. And your story is much like many, and you're turning it around in a way that's very personal, and that's an amazing journey to be on, man. So, much love, man.
You all helped put me on that path, and seeing all these wonderful people whose lives were affected by it drove me, right? It's the same thing that drives each one of you. Yes, you can do great things from it, but you've also see this do great things to people that drive you to do it. Marcus sees what the reaction to what he has created does, and it drives him to further better himself, make better business decisions, make better components, make better everything, right? Because
Yeah.
that matters, that quality matters. Colin, it matters in your science. You can't buy some half-ass science equipment and expect to, get, the results you expect. You have to invest in that time and energy. On top of that, then the ethics involved, then, which is, I think, more important than the equipment, those ethics that you have been instilled. So thank you, Mama Palmer, for instilling all these great things in this guy, because those are things that are invaluable in life, that made TJ do what he does, that made Rustin do what he does, that make Mark so curious. He's like, I'm not going to settle for this. Let's look at new pathways that I may not be able to benefit from, but the future and future generations can. Right? Because that's what happens
Yeah.
when you start and you create something. You will not necessarily see the end of that creation, and same thing for what I create. I will eventually be dead, but BPG will carry on, and what we started will continue, you know. And that is priceless, because that means that we've done something right along the way that rings throughout generations, right? Because that's Marcus is going to have something to pass on to his kids. Now, whether his kids will want to pick it up or not, the same thing with you, Colin. You're creating something that, your children could benefit from, but will they be as passionate or care about it as much as?
Maybe. Who knows? I mean, I hope
That's
I
for
can
them to decide,
influence.
right?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. And most of my friends that have older children, most of them are not interested in the same subject matters. Like they're like, that's not cool because dad does it or whatever. But like, I think if I can influence them, and I'm lucky enough for them to be is excited about this subject matter as I am, then I'll be blessed. You know what I mean? I'd love for that to happen, but by no means is it a prerequisite for them at all. It's really about what they want and what they tend to be interested in, you know.
I'll
Um,
contribute, I'll contribute to that because I think that I'm a family man as well. I have two children, and also, my historical, from my grandfather and my dad, they were both in the military. My grandfather was a POW, during his some of his service, and my father did 25 years in the Navy, so I was a dependent. I grew up with the service as part of my life, and so thank you for your service as well, because I definitely hear a lot of those stories, and there's a lot of great humans that come back, and I know a number of them who suffer from PTSD and things of that nature, and so there's different walks that we all take in life, but that doesn't also become your legacy, and you talk about the things that we are doing with our time, and the choices that we do make is a part of how we create balance and fulfillment in our lives. And for us to have, the ability to do something that we love, like cannabis, is a real gift. And for me, like, I've adopted a philosophy where it's not like in sons, or business. I'm fortunate to have business partners, like Rustin, where we do act like family. That it's not just a strict business arrangement, kind of relationship, because when you're in a business with somebody, it's like a marriage, it's like being in a band, right? And you go get on a stage, and you expect, your ensemble to perform and be all in unison on the same note. Because if somebody's off, I mean, it affects your whole organization, and business is that mindset. And it comes with, if you're fortunate enough to have your children, which for me, I actually am. My daughter's 26, my son's 21, and more my son, my daughter has her special talents, and I think there's room as we grow in our organization where she's finding her own way that she'll be special, and she has been a major contributor already with kind of the nature of some of the stuff she's done with us behind the scenes. But interestingly enough, my son, is probably freeze dried more cannabis than any other 21-year-old that I'm aware of. I mean, he's certainly, maybe, in the world, right? Because
I love that, man. That's awesome.
he's our
That's so cool. Because you get to share, and then he's younger, so he has a totally different perspective, right?
passionate about
Which
it,
is
right?
so rad.
He
That's
got
great.
he got the tutelage under a really premier hash maker. In fact, on episode one that we did with Marcus here, we had two special guests with Harrison, hash engineer, and also Eric Ward, Ward on the street, and Harrison was like under Eric Ward's tutelage. So there was this passing of this torch, and then my son got the tutelage under Harrison, and so like he really took on this. Passion for hashing. We call him Hashton because his name's Ashton. So like fraction with Hashton, and it's a fun, experience to have him so passionate about cannabis. And, even for me as the resonator, he worked in the warehouse and he was, old enough to start working, assembling, putting, parts together and fulfillment out of the warehouse. He was our main guy for years. And then when he was kind of behind the scenes, he was already doing, because we do R&D work. And so he was participating and learning about the process and hearing me on my pitch and just understanding and asking questions because he's so curious. And it just really led to like where, as we expanded as a business with Resonator, like we started to have to, take and run our equipment inside of, we're building a brand because we're like trying to showcase, because when you're like trying to do something new, just saying, hey, follow me. I know the way, I'm chopping the wood, I'm going over to this, make shortcut, everybody takes the well-traveled path. And so we're the quintessential, like chopping our own way through the forest right now. And for him to have kind of been there the whole way, it's really special, man. Like he gets up every day and he fills our freeze dryer. He does the cryo trimming and he's probably producing about 15 pounds of freeze dried flower every day going into our new brand.
Dude, he just the other day, me and him loaded 50 kilos of bubble hash into a freeze dryer.
Yeah.
It might be a record. I'm not sure. We've got these big commercial freeze dryers, and so that was kind of fun.
I don't know,
There's a lot
Mark.
of hash in one freeze dryer
Anybody
now.
who's ever loaded 50 kilograms of bubble hash in a freeze dryer in one load?
Close for
Pretty
sure.
close. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got
Yes,
a
okay.
freeze dryer that fits just under 50 kgs.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I ordered it custom made from Freeze Dry Co., who's the company that makes all of the freeze dryers for Harvest Right.
So I have a question.
Oh,
Earlier,
I didn't know
somebody
that.
in chat actually asked is if I don't have a freeze dryer and I'm at home, what would you guys suggest that I do to dry my hash?
Just throw it away. You're fucked. No, I'm just joking.
well,
Air dry it, brother. You got to freeze it, plane it. I mean,
Well, no, no,
Marcus,
no.
you can tell.
Temperatures and humidities matter here, right?
well, look,
Correct.
I mean, shoot, it's old school, right? Because that sounds like a home user. So, I mean, you get
Yeah.
some cardboard, pizza box, and it's probably the best thing. And you put your hash in there. If you want to get froggy, you could get like a heat, like a warming plate that you put under seedlings, and maybe to keep it warm. But you want to control that. You just want it to dry slowly and wick. So that's probably the simplest pathway. Or you can get like a hash vac. There's some homemade tech out there, and you can 3D print some things. Like there's very affordable ways to get into it and do it. So there's, very creative and innovative ways that, that you can get it done. Now, these days, freeze dryers are becoming more affordable than ever. Marcus, you just gave a shout out, but, I guess I'll shamelessly do the same because we just launched our new High Life freeze dryer line that's for hash and bud that has vapor pressure control and programming for hash. So, I mean, they're very affordable and competitive and special in the terms of some of the features that the industry really hasn't seen. So we're excited, bringing that to market. So I mean, that's something everybody can really look forward to because we engineered them for hash and for freeze drying cannabis for a flower.
Yeah,
So
and to kind of double down on that for you, man, like I don't own one yet, but I will tell you, everybody out here, I'm going to own 4 of them very soon. And they have all the features that I've been looking for out of Lab Concos. And the functionalities of some of these home user ones like the Harvest Right. So it brings the usability and the complexity that I need and the custom recipes that I'm looking for to be able to change, let's say, the pressure during a stage that matches with maybe the temperature of the actual, plate,
that's what we
so
call the sublimation curve. Yeah.
correct. So you can actually hit target ranges that you're actually intentionally trying to hit rather than pressing start, as I say, on a preset and letting, someone else's pre-made algorithm do it for you.
Yeah,
And
and when you
I
start,
think, I think most of us can agree that it's always slightly undesirable. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
when
would say
you,
also that pressure is going to increase in your freeze dryer based on how much material you put in it. And a lot of people aren't paying attention to that. You put too much material in, you're increasing the pressure, obviously, that's in the vessel.
Yeah,
Right.
the material, and then how fast you're ramping the heat, right? So the faster you ramp your heat, the more sublimation that you're creating. And when you start messing with these scientific freeze dryers, like, and you're playing with vapor pressure control, the equipment, it becomes like if you ramp too fast, you can, go into like a burst mode, if you will, where you created so much sublimation in your vessel that it goes above 2 M bar and you can have cellular collapse. So like you're saying, Colin, is being able to like target these things and like learn what
Ripping
you're
things
freeze
too
drying and how much
early.
you're putting in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ripping too early is another one. Staying at a low, low mTOR and making sure that that window is correct for the mTOR when it does actually sublimate and pool. Because there's techniques that people can learn about. You're not actually adding much heat. You don't need to. You're not. It's not. That's not the point. It's not getting it in and out quickly. That doesn't really matter because you're keeping in a locked state.
And
So
advanced
that's
Yep.
control is critical, right? So you can literally draw your own recipe. But
yeah.
having the right popcorn button is something that we actually put a lot of time and energy into as well. So we're offering both those functions and features come with the programming in our units. So that's exciting, man. Not to mention the quality and so many things that we get to put our name on it to say that, hey, this is something that we're proud of, that we stand behind. And it took years to kind of develop that, and to be able to offer that and scale it to any size operation with the brand partnerships that we have, is something that we're really excited because we're really passionate about freeze drying. And I mean, that really comes down to cold chain. I mean, there's so much, cold chain preservation that's directly correlated to the final, to having something stabilized, something that's shelf stable, right? That's actually, now you can go another many different pathways. I mean, the nature of what you can do with Sift is really what's so exciting for us. It's kind of this new frontier. I mean, look at the explosion of static, that's, happened. We've been waiting for something like static, which just has its own use case. I mean, but it's not the end all. It's just a new SKU, right? It doesn't mean that everything else goes away. And, there's different pathways to achieve similar results with different types of equipment, and people are innovating every day. So I'm excited watching that happen as a equipment manufacturer, and also getting the opportunity to take what we do to market and have people really respond to it has been a unique journey for us. I mean, that's the journey we're on now, and sharing it with the world, and wish us luck, right? Because it's an uphill battle. I think everybody here, who owns a business, or anybody who's watching out there who owns a business, we're all fighting for our lives, right? We're always trying to, what's the next thing for our business that's going to elevate us, right? And if you ever get relaxed, you're probably doing it wrong, right? So you got to be focused and hungry, and you got to, be smart, because you can't afford to mess up. I mean, if you stub your toes, okay, some people have, the wherewithal and the team, and they can recover, but there's a lot of businesses out there that are, there's like equipment graveyards, to get stuff, no matter what you want. And a lot of them are trash freeze dryers, unfortunately. And that's another reason that we're so passionate about what we are doing, because we're, creating equipment that's engineered for cannabis, from the ground up, like with our own engineering team, with their own fabricators, stateside, with all of our resonators, right? Including our, learning to do this with plastic, doing it with stainless, and literally el- moment to moment changing things till get something that's almost perfect. And, that's what, we've been at with implementing liquid nitrogen into our cryogenic sifting machine, and the nature of how we're taking that tech. And, really, there's a couple primary uses that, for me, this always comes back to, which is what I think the whole cold chain conversation really boils down to. And it's like, fresh frozen. People are harvesting their weed. They're growing it at scale. They often don't have a harvest plan. They don't have, oh, it's October and nobody thought about dry space, or they undervalued or underanticipated how much dry space they're going to need. And like, what if you are doing fresh frozen? Well, have your connexes ready and your backup power, and you have to have a harvest plan. And if fresh frozen is increasingly becoming a larger piece of the pie, then you really need to be cold chain conscious. All right. And then great, you did it. You got it frozen. You implemented unique tools and techniques in your team. And because we all have a window when it comes to harvest. I mean, this is so deep. the different levels, because everybody knows now we're doing resin farming, right? And and what about when you grow something for that was supposed to wash well, but doesn't, and you go to hydrocarbon and it's not worth processing because it didn't yield well, and now you're stuck with all this fresh frozen. Like, what do I do? And I mean, that's what's so cool about smokable flower, because that's an incredibly a great smoke, the smooth smoke, because that's something that's cool about freeze-dried flowers, how smooth the smoke is. So I'm rambling to kind of just bring it all back to, like, look, cold chain for us is the future, and like what we're doing with liquid nitrogen is something that's like really never been done, and we're seeing results in the field that that's why we're here. We're trying to tell the
TJ, I had a homie of mine yesterday who's an incredible, super talented BHO extractor, and he was like, I was trying to explain, I was like, man, you really need to talk to TJ. You should be packing your socks with full, heads. Why are you even bringing plant material to the table? And he was like, man, that just sounds like so much work. So why don't you talk about the process a little bit? Because it seems like there's a lot of misinformation out there just in general from what I heard, just talking to my homie about it. And he's super talented, really dialed, and it seemed like he had it sort of backwards. And
Well,
I told him, I was like, look, there's a machine that you've developed that's for breaking everything down, and it can go right into the socks, and it's not as much labor as you think. And so that would be cool if you could kind of talk us through that.
yeah.
yeah, I want to speak to one thing you said there, Colin, because it's interesting when you're like, just pack the sock full of heads. That's kind of what created, some of the problems that I think people were experiencing early on when they were doing Sift to hydrocarbon, is they were using like a 200 or 150 micron screen, and it was causing some channeling, right? So we've now got 400 and 600 micron screens that we use. So it's not full heads. It's got some plant material in there, which kind of helps it through the extraction process, so that we're not having channeling. Um,
If you
So
use different columns and you create divots inside the columns, you eliminate channeling because it creates cavitation. So when the gas goes in and it hits
right.
these little bumps all along the side, they blast back as bubbles. So much so that if you had the lid off, it would look like the material was being stirred. I'm amazed that this has not picked up
that's
to
why
the
is that
BHO
not?
community,
Yeah,
because
what that sounds
apparently
like
the
the easiest
BHO
solution.
community already know everything, so they can't learn anything apparently, because this has been knowledge that was shared 15 years ago at least.
We know it all,
That's
but here
insane.
we are.
You make a really incredible point, because like the reality is, like, if it was simple, everybody'd be doing it, right? And there has been a lot of stumbling along the way, and we have had to figure things out, and there hasn't been a playbook to go by, and it's R&D, it's trial and error.
Well, sometimes when it's so simple, TJ, nobody gets it. In fact, that's
Yeah,
why Sam was the only guy to static sift for like 40 years. People thought they could figure it out, but
Right.
nobody figured it out until it was really like shared. Once people started sharing key things, then suddenly there were these revelations, and people were like, I figured it out. It's like, oh, kinda. I mean, sort of walked you along and got
yeah.
you there. But 35 years, the guy was static sifting with his hand, and no fucking one in the world knew. Like,
Right.
holy shit.
There's
Doesn't get much simpler than that.
other industries that things are similar, that but they need key changes where to transfer over. I mean, you can't just take something that's made for the wine industry and all of a sudden it works for cannabis.
Right.
And I mean, there are some translations, but often need modifications, right? So that's the whole, you got to be cognizant of what that's looking like for you.
Well, I think the reality is there's very few people doing actual R&D. There's very few people actually innovating and creating new things.
Yeah.
There's tons of people that think they are, but they're suffering from Dunning-Kruger. They think they're in the top 80%, but they're in the bottom 15%. And this is just the reality of life. Most of us, we all suffer from Dunning-Kruger in certain ways. You know what I mean? Like, it's a natural thing to kind of have a little extra confidence in yourself than maybe is required.
Well, this is like, I think I want to get back to the core of, like, because that we danced right around it, right? But it wasn't as simple as, hey, let's try something. Like, we had to go deep into R&D land, and we actually were pretty fortunate to do a lot of this with the likes of Eric Ward. You know,
Yeah.
um, We had on-site testing, and we were, we went deep. We got 5 different strains. We did, over 1,000 pounds of each strain. And we had control socks, lined up. We literally took the same bio and we were doing 5-minute increments at different temperatures, and collecting every 5 minutes so we could tell how much cannabinoids were coming off of the raw material, by minute, by the calculation, all the way up to like where's the sweet spot, and we could clearly see the scale where the concentration would go up, exponentially for like the first 10 minutes, and then into the 20 minutes was the sweet spot, and then it kind of started to go down, and is that 5 minutes worth that extra little bit that you're getting at scale? And even like cluing into just what's the sweet spot for the general like SOP, because there's such a variance with biomass, as much as 15% across the board, that you still, like I always say, it's like a dartboard. We're not, bullseyes are great, they happen, but we want to just hit the dartboard. If you're not doing that, then you're definitely out of the range, because bio is going to be significantly different from the same strain from one garden to the next, from indoor to outdoor. How was the material preserved? And so there's a key component of when you say, okay, why is this seems harder, right? Like right now we have a client that, it's, their goal, like even Eric, like, it's not even like what we're trying to do for people. It's like what we've done. We're literally taking somebody, they're at capacity of what their equipment can do, and they're having to run double shifts to keep up with their demand. And we come in and all we introduce is the original Resinator into the mix. Okay, so do what you were doing previously. We're just going to add, we're going to biomass reduce it with liquid nitrogen. Now we want to do, that's where our cryogenic hammer mill is ideal, because you want to create the optimum particle size so we can expose the trichomes, so we can actually collect the trichomes, because we want to get, trichomes live up to 500 micron. Let's get them all, right? And that's where we're able to kind of target getting the most of out of the plant, like, and disposing of the spent, because we've now extracted all the primary cannabinoids. And so when we're putting Sift in a column, it's, with the 20% on average extraction, right? 100 pounds will turn into 20 pounds of Sift. People are putting on average, 10 to 15 pounds of bio in their columns. So you're effectively gonna, it would take you like 7 columns or so at 14 pounds to equate to what one,
Six
column,
column.
right? So when you start doing that math and you think, you got to run more solvent, right? There's still a ratio of available THC and how much solvent you want to have come in contact. So you actually use more solvent per column, but if you do the math, you're actually going to basically get there twice as fast with half the gas. So you tell me, right? And we ran all the math, and it's, we put a white paper out on the subject, right? So it's about 85% more efficient. So when you're talking to your buddy and he's like, that seems hard, it's like, yeah, sure. But wasn't it hard to learn how to do hydrocarbon to begin with? And so wouldn't you want to know if you can make a simple tweak in your system and increase your efficiency like twice, you're going to do double the throughput, right? Why wouldn't you
Totally,
take?
dude. You would.
And so we have to prove it. Why isn't it getting adopted? Because there's so much. It is. Those who are adopting it are getting the benefit, but it's, the stainless steel resonator is not cheap. It's a high quality, cutting edge piece of equipment that, has a popcorn button, you just push start and it runs. You don't have to manually control all the things. And the use of liquid nitrogen and the way we're able to actually collect those trichomes is really special, because we're able to fraction the Sift into multiple categories. So we can actually drive into a solventless lane and then pivot and then do everything we just said into the hydrocarbon lane. And so, not to mention the trimming, right? So, this 3-in-1 machine, only one use case in itself justifies what its function does. And this is kind of part of where the transition that we've made recently from CO2, with our classic plastic units, we can't use nitrogen. They crack. Stainless allows us to make that jump. That's been something
Because we're
that
only 17 minutes away from us. Come on, let's go. You don't have to come back here.
Who's that?
Whatever you want to do. Come
Happy
on.
Mama
birthday,
Palmer.
Mama Palmer.
Happy
Oh,
birthday,
Mama
Mama
Palmer.
Palmer.
They can hear you here.
And I really wanted to go to the pool, but
Hold on.
it wasn't happening.
Hold on. I think everyone can hear you here.
We
Happy
can.
birthday
Happy
everybody can
birthday
hear
to you.
Okay, hold on
Happy
here.
Happy
They want
birthday
the whole
birthday
crew wants to.
to you. Happy,
Happy
I'm like,
birthday, Mama
hold on, guys.
Palmer.
happy birthday.
Yay.
Hold
So,
on, guys.
And several
everyone on
more.
Hash Church wants to wish you a happy birthday.
Oh,
So,
We sure do. We sure do.
We
Thank you so
do.
much, Mama
Thank you
Palmer.
for
What
raising a
a
great
benefit.
boy.
thank you. Appreciate it. Not everybody gets to join the club that I'm in, so I'm happy.
She made it to 80,
Nice.
boys.
Congratulations. Well done.
What
Congrats.
That's
what a
definition of
Happy
milestone.
birthday.
winning.
Hey, it's 2026. Here's to 80 more.
Oh, thanks. I don't think so, unfortunately. I
All right.
wish.
Well, I'm going to take this woman out. I love you all very much. TJ, keep telling the world about this. And Marcus, thank you so much as always. Love you all. See you next week. And
Thanks, brother.
Dr. Mark,
So,
Rustin, talk to you soon, brother.
Yep. Later, Colin.
Peace, everybody.
yeah. Mama energy, man. We all, those of us who still have our mothers in our lives, be grateful.
You're a lucky
Yeah,
man.
you gotta be grateful for sure.
Those who don't, still be just as grateful for what you had.
Dude, I have my mom in my life and I haven't spoken to her in 2 years. How about that?
Call your
You
mom.
need to call her. You need to call your mom. Even if you don't have a good
Yeah.
relationship with her, call her, dude.
If only it were that easy.
If
Yeah.
it were only that easy,
Yeah,
right?
I just lost my mom this last year to cancer. She had colon cancer and brain cancer. And I wish looking back that I had spent more time. I've been so busy with work, just to even reach out and call her more often because she lives in Utah. But so yeah, call your mom, Mark, figure it out if you can. But I get it. Family drama stuff.
Oh yeah, it's a tough one. I'm sorry to hear about your mom, brother. I definitely had that happen with my dad, and it sucked for sure. And now it's just it's how to move forward, How to move
Yeah,
forward. It's
for sure.
unfortunate that the world has divided us so strongly. But
That's
yeah.
it's kind of cool to see what you're doing, Mark, in that lane. All that data you were showing earlier. That's exciting stuff, man.
Oh, thanks, man.
It's amazing
One
stuff.
molecule at a time.
Yeah, life-changing.
Well,
It's gonna-
eventually, yeah. I mean, if they put to point out as efficacious as some of that data points out, that's yeah, that's pretty much groundbreaking stuff that could lead to some pretty amazing developments on top of the other stuff you can't talk to us about that's in R&D right now, right? So
Yeah, well, I mean,
just
a
keep up
lot
the
of
great work,
medicine.
Dr. Mark, is what we're saying. We
Well,
appreciate
thank
it.
you. Thank you, 18. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, a lot of medicines get developed from natural products, so that's not, unique to cannabis or, a lot of, drugs that are life-saving drugs were developed from, natural products that are already out there. So cannabis, as we know, is just this miracle plant that as, you peeled back the onion and you Meshulam discovered the endocannabinoid signaling system, which creates, again, just opportunities for drug discovery.
Well, anecdotal elements have saved millions of lives, even in itself, you know. So even with
Absolutely.
science backed, it's like, I mean, there's a pathway that starts from, discovery, man. I bet you it sounds like you had kind of a cool that looked like a eureka moment on that slide, man. That was cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the aha moment of invention. Oh, God, we did something useful.
So where were you when that happened? That had to be a significant little spark. So where were you?
I was just sitting in my office. I got the email that, we had some data come in. And as I was looking at the data, I hadn't been familiar with the data. I could clearly see as I went from one compound to the next that this compound was different than everything else, and I had to like go to their website. And this is again part of again paid by our tax dollar, the National Cancer Institute, which is part of the NIH, and it funds this thing called the Developmental Therapeutics Program, the DTP. And the DTP is basically a warehouse for all kinds of data for researchers and pharmaceutical companies to look at, different um, different cancers and different compounds that are active, and there's a compare tool. So we can take the data on my compounds and compare it to existing cancer chemotherapeutics and see how we compare. And yeah, I didn't see when I looked at the compare tool anything that was as broad spectrum as this in terms of being effective at killing all those different cancers. Usually there's a selectivity that you see, but I think again we need to verify this at lower dose. And
So has nobody ever done that before? Like no one's ever
oh yeah,
we're
I
the
mean
first one
this
that's
is done all the time with different compounds and different
but I
natural
just mean with
products. And
this specific compound that
this
you guys
specific
just
compound, no, I mean this is my
No,
chemistry.
that's why
This
he
is what
patented it. He did it.
yeah,
Found it.
just making sure.
He's a
Dude,
proud papa.
well, I
let's
think
go,
the
Mark.
reason why you patent it is to protect the intellectual property, so we can go to an investor and say, look, we want you to invest, 20, 30, 40 million dollars of your money or your fund's money to develop this into a FDA approved drug. And that's not a light lift. That's a very heavy lift. And so in order to make sure that you have exclusive rights to that active ingredient, you need to do that. So
Like the federal government has the patent on uh, THC. Yeah.
well, it's
That
important. So
expired.
what the federal government's patent wasn't a composition of matter, right? It was a end use utility as neuroprotective properties. And that was again probably something that should have led to the unwinding of Schedule One back then, because
You
when
think?
the USPTO,
Yeah,
which
dude.
underneath the Department of Commerce, evaluated the claims in the claims in the patent were basically validated, saying, yes, you're demonstrating neuroprotective activity by this and such data. And now what's really exciting, and this just came out this week, there's a recent study that showed that CBD and the other cannabinoids aren't just neuroprotective by acting as an antioxidant to quench reactive oxygenated species. There's actually a genetic signal that CBD causes to upregulate a protein or an enzyme that then reduces reactive oxygenated species. So we're beginning to understand a little
What?
bit more about that biochemical pathway. But my point is that when that patent was first issued, I think in 2003, it should have been the end of Schedule One right there, because there's the government saying that there's utility to these compounds, medical utility, in that they have neuroprotective properties. So if they have neuroprotective properties, how could the plant from which they're derived be on Schedule One, which by definition is known
No, known
accepted medical
neurological.
value? That's the key word in the legislation, right? ATN, it's no accepted medical value. So what's
Formerly
accepted?
known as.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
yeah. That's what
accepted
it'll
medical
change to.
value is only a FDA approved drug, but where that becomes unthreaded is that Epidiolex and Marinol are FDA approved. So
Right.
if those two drugs are FDA approved, how could the plant from which they're derived be Schedule One, which by definition has
Well, it's not
no
no longer in
accepted?
the world. As long
Yeah.
as your
That's
CBD
yeah.
plants have low THC, they're legal in the world. On top of that,
Well,
growing your own
and,
medical is legal too.
and now the whole conundrum of the Schedule Three rescheduling, which again I think we've discussed, if that gets veterans access, if it gets sick
It won't
patients
get veterans
access,
access.
if
That's
well,
why
if
we're
it
arguing in the DEA hearing. We will not get access through
okay,
schedule.
will not get act, but if if Schedule 3 is the necessary step to descheduling, which I think we all agree, right? Deschedule or bust. That's where we're on our way to ultimately descheduling, not rescheduling. But I don't know how do they segregate the medical, which is going to have the 280E, benefits from the
The
adult
the
or the
adult use,
recreation.
there's no pathway there currently by the international treaty. That's why Michael and our team are working with other world leaders on rewriting the treaty in 2030. So nothing is happening, and this is what we're building momentum to with the countries and why we go each year is we're building momentum because currently there's three plants have to be removed from the treaty. That's poppy, coca, and cannabis. And currently, there is no adult use pathway legal. Canada has this thing, but worldwide, it's still considered and Canada has decided to lead from the back seat. So therefore, they're waiting for further interpretations from the UN, which require an entire rewriting of the treaty. So as much as everybody screams, "Oh, we want it legal in America, why don't we just legalize it?" Well, we just got Schedule 3 because of the work that Michael and our team did at the international level that made medical cannabis legal worldwide. Okay. All we have
Wow.
done is we're coming into compliance with the change that happened in December of 2020. That's all we're doing here
Right.
until we change the international law, which is why I've been working for the past 5 years, 6 years now doing this, where Michael's been doing this since 1997 because he saw the value. And it took
No,
an entire decade
there's no
from
secret. Oh,
2008
dang,
to
dang, dang.
2020 for them to get the WHO and everybody to change international law for medical cannabis. It takes that type and that long and that many years of work. And so that's why I've been working the past 6 years to arrive at 2030 so that we can rewrite the treaty. Because if we write the treaty and we remove the plants, because the plants already have exemptions through the current treaty, but it's just annoying loopholes that have to be dealt with through a new rewrite. We get that rewrite, then there is a pathway legal for not only adult use, but recreational use worldwide, which means now medical cannabis would not only be the only thing that Canada would now be able to export for recreational use.
But that would lead to descheduling here, you think, in the
Yes, that would
US?
absolutely, well, it would allow to Schedule 5, and that would absolutely deschedule because being legal treaty in the world, that's where it would basically takes things,
So
right?
10 years, that's what we have left.
You've got about 10 more years. Well, we're looking at, it's 2026. You got about 5 more years. We'll hopefully get that treaty rewrite, which we saw quite a few countries want to see this happen. Then, yeah, it's going to happen quickly, but that's still a lot of work to be done. So,
What do you think? I mean, I've heard a couple different opinions on this, and I don't really know like where things are going to land. I mean, no one really knows, but what do you think the implications are from the changing of the hemp rules? So restricting package limits to what, zero point 0.4 milligrams per container. I mean,
well,
right
there's the
now, all those hemp beverages that are being sold that are crossing state lines that are now making deep pocketed big beverage people lots of money and they don't want that revenue going away, right? So, I mean, again, this is the getting into Total Wine, getting into the distribution channel that liquor stores and beverage, and cold supply chain, TJ, for lack of, again, just, beverages that, maybe they're stored warm in the warehouse, but ultimately needed
yeah.
to be refrigerated before they're sold. Um,
Those manufacturers, Mark, are going to have to create their own manufacturers and distribution in each of the states they want to. They're no longer going to be able to do interstate commerce.
right. Well, I thought the original premise that, that was in the executive order that again, I think Dr. Oz kind of spoke to. Again, I'm not, trying to stay apolitical here, but that they were going to do like a carve out for hemp for not what do I mean to
It's
say?
a very rare exclusivity to people over 65, and it's a $500 credit for CBD. And it's going to be probably for a particular company's CBD. But again, it's only a $500 credit, and it's for a very narrow sliver of people over 65.
Okay, so that's not the Charlotte's Web
Nope.
medicine and the
That's not.
demographic of Lennox-Gastaut children and Dravet
They're
syndrome.
trying to get their foot in that door. However, that credit is still only $500. And the main thing is anybody who has contributed to that cannot therefore also make their product like $499.00. You know what I'm saying? So there's also some inherent ethics things set up in that to not allow those types of things to transpire.
Yeah, because isn't it true now that still Gavin Newsom's ruling from what now 2 years ago has basically taken those CBD products out of the California market. I mean,
Yes,
now when I say out of the
currently.
California market, you can certainly buy them, wherever, but right? Am I correct on that? Like,
They're not available to be sold in the California market. It doesn't mean that they're not being sold in the California market. Now,
right,
they never
right.
had
That's what I
access
meant
to
to
the legal
say.
stores, and I know Gavin Newsom has basically tossed this football to 2028. So we have to
Right.
await the new governor to then have to unseal in 2028 that will allow for them to then force the CBD THCA companies to the same what they want to do. And what I've been made aware of they want to do is they want to force them into the
Right.
same testing that the legal market is, and then they want to allow people like myself in the legal market to be therefore the sellers as opposed to the drinks that are being sold up the street at Bevmo.
Right, but like this when they did this again, correct me if I'm wrong, ATN, because I want to make sure I get this right, that they really painted with a very broad brush here and took out things like Wade's Harlequin and things. So like Colton's medicine is a 1-to-1 CBD THC that certainly in a diluted form might be hemp compliant, but certainly like if you apply this zero point 0.4 milligrams per container, it's not going to be compliant because there's a
Right.
lot of THC in there, right? So I mean, they
Internationally, that
they
just changed. So when does the FDA come into that type of compliance where, right? I just told you the INCB said there's no longer cares about how much THC as long as it's low in their plant, in your CBD plant. So therefore, this arbitrary point 3, point 4 becomes a new attacking point for manufacturers, producers, as well as legislative, right? Because that arbitrary number is no longer arbitrary from the UN's perspective that now allows for the FDA to now come up with and CANRA
right,
and the regulators to now decide what those numbers should be, whereas we've been going based off of the French EU 0.03%.
right,
See,
right,
that's the same thing that Marcus and them had to deal with early on. And this is the significance of the change by the INCB in December of 2024, is that
right.
all this arbitrary shenanigans we're discussing is really out the window. But however, we're so inundated in the overregulation that we've lost the forest for the trees. We're stuck in the bushes.
Yeah. And I think where this really makes a big imp, so the FD&C Act, which is a federal act, right, is for the entire country. And so you could operate within the FD&C framework if you're within a state, if you're within a certain state. But as soon as you do interstate commerce, that's where again, and so
Federal
like
comes will be the problem come November. And so this
That's
is
right.
where a
But
lot of these
because
manufacturers are scrambling to now find the
right,
ability to manufacture, because everybody knows not everybody can manufacture and do everything they want to in every state.
right, because there's a patchwork of regulations when it comes to,
Correct.
say, the different way, like Kentucky is different than Mississippi, is different than Alabama, is
Every
different than
state's
Ohio.
different.
Yeah.
There are no
And
two laws the
it's
same.
so weird because again, there's like two counter current things here, right? There's the hemp people which have a larger addressable market, and there's certainly deep pockets backing that. And then there's the people who have been chomping on the bit, getting legal cannabis licenses, trying to get market share, struggling to get the profitability. As we know, it is difficult even within a regulated environment, even if you do have, cash backing and you do have, sales and everything to get to profitability and growth like most businesses, because you're handicapped again by the 280E thing, which again makes the 280E thing a real big fucking thing, because some of these businesses can be profitable if they can get that level of protection, right? Right. I mean, it could make all
And
the
they
difference in
stay strictly medical, no adult use. They have to stay strictly medical to comply there, and
right. But
only
is it
sell
is
to
it
other DEA licensed people.
right? But is it safe to say, ATN, that the lightening up of that alone helps millions of dollars of commerce and business happen, right? I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
that alone, even though it's only just such a small piece of the action, right?
Oh yeah, the medical compared to, I mean, because a lot of the MSOs out of Canada and the United States are medical specific. Some
Yes.
are, but the majority are. And so, for I've
In
been told,
Canada?
the ones in the United States,
Oh, yeah.
those in the United States. So
Yeah.
I have been told, my legal counsel, by that all of them have applied. So now again, it takes 6 months for you to get your application. They say they're going to again
When
streamline
you
down.
say apply the DEA
Apply
process?
for the actual DEA. They've applied for the actual DEA medical exemption that they've got for. So we're kind of all sitting back to see, again, as Colin stated, to see what's going to happen, because it's a new ripple. If we get more clarification and more protections that make it realistic, as opposed to we know how the DEA has played in the past. So therefore, if we see a clear pathway, as stated prior, everybody wants to come into compliance. Everybody wants to be legal. Everybody wants
You
to
do
say they
QA here?
have what
Nice.
our boy, David had. I would love to say I have an
QA, but
actual
also like
DEA
any B2B
license.
coordination that Len needs, because
Hi, Marcus.
both
We can hear
company
y'all.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sitting here with Pooja. Pooja's the QA here at the shop that I'm doing. First of all, do you guys know what Pooja means?
No.
It's to give prayer. It's like you make these little leaf baskets, and you put flowers and maybe some hash and some incense, and you throw that down the Armada or the Ganges, and it's a way to give prayer. And I just met Pooja the other day, but I was like, wow, what an incredibly powerful, awesome name. So I thought we should have Pooja on Hash Church with us for a little while here.
hello.
Hell yeah.
That is an awesome
Welcome.
name.
Give
Thank
thanks.
you.
So
Thank
how
you.
many hash balls, Marcus, have you made, and how does somebody get the ball fondling job there?
And how many have you sent down the river?
I am the official ball fondler. I will admit it.
Mm.
I
It took years of
fondled them all.
practice.
Yeah, there was, I mean, geez, I don't know how many balls I made yesterday and today, but about maybe 8 kilos.
How many have you sent down the river?
I'm going to send them all down the river, actually.
Yeah. I could imagine whoever finds that out. Oh my gosh, like some guy's going to be trout fishing down the river and they're going to find this basket of hash.
Dude, these
So
are gonna end up in another country.
So do you wait? They're all a specific weight. So you're trying to make them all being each a specific grammage, or what are you doing there? Or
No,
why
I'm
the
eyeing
size?
them out. I guess they're probably around between 150 and 225 each ball.
Gotcha.
And it doesn't matter as long as it's a wholesale lot. It's a batch basically. So they don't have to show up in 50-gram bars or 100-gram bars, because most of the countries you send them to have to do their own, I guess what you would call compounding, which is like they get it as a batch and then they break it down how they want to break it down. And so what I tried to do is create it in a way that would be very easy for them to break it down, because sometimes people send them like, hash that's as hard as a rock. And then you got to break it into like 3-gram chunks. And it's like, holy shit. He sent me a picture the other day. It was dust. He was like grinding it to get it down to, I was just, who the fuck made that hash, dude? That's like ridiculous. When you do things improperly in the grow room, you cause problems for people in the lab. And when you do things improperly in the lab, you can cause problems for other people in other labs so it's good to have a full picture of the entire process and try to have some sort of, not necessarily empathy, but consideration.
A clean chain.
Well, exactly, right? And sometimes the problems you ignore become problems that end up causing you, major problems down the road. She knows, she's QA.
Well, you also deal with coldness, right? If you're going to do cold storage, you have to maintain a consistency throughout. So, that's but besides a clean chain, you also need a cold chain, right? So how do you negotiate both of those?
Well, once again, this is the beauty. And I had this conversation with a customer yesterday who he was like, hey, where can I get your hash hits in Colorado? I said, oh, go check out Lightshade or Rocky Road. Both awesome people. Went to Rocky Road. They didn't have any in stock. Went to Lightshade, got some. Hits me up. I feel terrible for throwing this guy under the bus because he's such a nice guy, and I am not throwing him under the bus. But he hits me up. He's like, bro, it's like, holy shit. He was surprised at how cheap it was because he was buying traditional hash and thought he was buying cold cured rosin. He bought a set of 2 hash hits, which is like 30% THC. And he's showing me the date on his phone. He's like, bro, this stuff was packaged like 3 months ago, as if I want this, like this is crazy. And I was kind of like, dude, so listen, hash actually gets better with age. Live hash rosin does not. BHO does not. Flower does not. Almost everything else in the cannabis place does not. But traditional hash requires a proper curing, and that curing cannot happen in a colder environment. And so he ended up smoking them, loving them, being stoked. I'm going to link up with him in Denver next week and bring him some cold cured rosin to smash him out with. But the bottom line is this is traditional hash, and it does not require a cold chain. I want it to cure. I want it to sit at, maybe a little bit lower than a room temperature, maybe like 60 degrees or something. I want it to cure out and create this sort of thick skin on the outside of the hash, which is the protective layer. I love that Pooja is here because Pooja is from the country that has some of the longest standing history of hashish use and hashish consumption. I mean, it's written into the religion. It's written into, the stories of gods, Shiva, and for any of those that know of Shiva and Shakti. These were the bubbas that I found myself getting along with the most when I went to the Maha Kumbh Mela. I met up with like the Nagas, and they were rather intense. I was like, these dudes are intense. They are intense. And then I met up with some other dudes that were like Krishnas, and they were kind of like, I felt like the Krishnas were a little bit condescending to the rest of the groups. They were the only ones I saw kind of talking shit about. Like I came out of the Naga tent and a Krishna guy comes up to me and he goes, what were you doing in there? And I said, I was smoking hash and eating food. He said, eating food? Oh, you will surely be poisoned. And I was like, bro, what the fuck are you? Why would you say that to me? Like it made me so nervous for a while. And then I kind of saw him later in the festival, like days later, which is incredible because there were 2.5 million people there. And
Still bumped into him.
Yeah, I bumped into him and I was like, dude, you know what? Like, you should rethink your, like, I get it. Those guys are intense. They don't have the same beliefs as you. They're walking around buck naked with like a skull cap is the only, they have their mentor's top of his skull. That's what they're carrying around with them. Their ashes, their bodies are covered in ash from the cow dung that they burn. It's different, but they were still nice enough dudes. I feel like you can smoke hash and get to know if someone's willing to smoke hash with you. I don't care how different their belief system is, because trust me, a Naga Bubba could not have a more different belief system than me, and I still had a great time.
Yeah.
Can I borrow your lighter? Oh, I have it. I stole it already. You can you borrow your lighter?
Yeah. Thank you.
What's that?
Type of peace, man.
Yeah, exactly. I would suggest for any of you that have not gone to the Kumbh Mela in India, or if you've just never been to India, you should check it out. You should go to the north. You should go to Parvati Valley and Milano and Himachal Pradesh. These are like 1,000+ year historic hashish production people that they've just been doing it for so long that obviously we've got a much newer version of these processes, but I always feel that paying homage to the roots, which is why that's why we did Legends of Hash, Sam and I, it was obviously about promoting and loving our new age hash, but also while recognizing the importance of these cultures that maintained hash production and hash cultivation and hash smuggling. That was a huge part of it. People that were willing to smuggle the hash, can call them criminals, but they were doing God's work.
They are ambassadors of hashish goodness over the generations, and we thank them, and we thank the hash trail, and we thank the silk trail that were one and all together, because they made them, one made the other better, right?
Dude, having hash on the silk trail was like having hash on fish tour. It opened all doors.
Right.
We were taught when we were taught world history, right, about the spice wars, right? That
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Europeans wanted spices from the Far East.
Yeah. I wonder what
think
those
they wanted
spices
something
were.
else. Wasn't just spice, right? Although it probably was spice, right? Because once you start eating curry, there's no substitute for curry, right? Like once you have that as part of your diet, you need that, right? So
we were talking about it yesterday. It's got to be the most complex layering of flavors. It's got to be some of the longest standing flavor profile recipes in food on the planet. Like I'm
really
sure
you think
there's
so?
Well, it's up there.
That's pretty ancient, the flavonoids
It's
and all that.
thousands of years.
Yeah.
And
it's been cultivated for thousands of years, specifically to maintain and to,
But like saffron, like saffron's really interesting because it's actually its dry value is more than gold, believe it or not.
You heard it here on Saffron Church.
Yeah,
Saffron Church, right? Well, it'd be interesting if you could apply hashing techniques to something like saffron. Could you actually isolate like a more potent,
Saffron.
version?
Yeah.
I think so.
We were.
There was a
Yeah,
guy I was working with a guy on that a couple years ago, and it didn't really get much legs underneath it. So it yet to be determined.
People want the real thing, right?
But like with truffle oil, for example, like I think that can be chemically kind of like formulated, and it could be called truffle oil, but it's not really truffle oil.
Yeah. That's why a lot of chefs I know don't like truffle oil. They prefer real truffles.
Right.
They
Exactly.
use.
There's
I don't want to say they're using beaver anus like in the strawberry or raspberries, but at the same time, whatever that is, it becomes an overpowering flavor. And it's especially in oil and
I also think whenever you're trying to create flavor profiles from natural plants, you'll always miss the things that are non-perceivable, the imperceivable, the things that you aren't perceiving, that you don't know they're there. They're too small. They're in a trillionth of
the best. Yeah,
right.
Fragrance and floral chemist. Yeah,
have you had true wasabi over the green, paste that's
perfect
out there?
Example.
Right there is the exact example right there, right? Because the majority of us are grown up with the green stuff we get in the gas station, whatever. That's a horseradish. But the true, which I've only had once or twice in my life, and it was a religious experience when I had the real deal, because you're absolutely correct, Marcus. The flavors, the depth, everything in it, there is absolutely no comparison. It would be like having dehydrated cannabis or cannabis.
So when you
Right.
had that, did you also have the pickled pink ginger?
No, it was straight ginger. It was yeah, they did it in house. They didn't pink it.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, that's the Tojo style. If you go to Vancouver and you go to Tojo's, who's like the sushi master, check him out. Tojo's restaurant, definitely worth going down that rabbit hole. He westernized sushi for the Western world and gave himself a black eye. His whole family name got a black eye in Japan because of it. And then after 30 years of becoming this super famous sushi chef and westernizing sushi like unreal, he's now like revered in Japan. He's like, they revere this guy, and he's still alive and cooking. Any of you come to Vancouver, we'll go to Tojo's.
That sounds like a date.
No, man, it's funny you guys talking about this, and I love it because when it comes back to like thinking about cooking ingredients, that's how, like when you're a chef, right? You don't cook with the olive, you want the olive oil. And so when you start with the base, like to make a concentrate from a concentrate, I mean, that's like my whole pitch. That's like what we're trying to do over here. This whole thing around, cold chain, and especially to be able to preserve it. I mean, the biomass reduction, and I look at it like the 5 gallon bucket of Sift. You can see these, distillate, storage facilities where it's all fractionated already. And, I mean, that has its certain value, but there's a real something special about, capturing the terroir and, all the different terpene profiles of every given genetic. And to be able to actually consolidate your workflow and, put something that's the size of a 6 foot tall pallet to something that fits in, 4 black and yellow totes, 27-gallon totes. Like that's a huge footprint. And now
Well,
you have
that's what Alice Waters did here in Berkeley is she regionalized all of her ingredients. So she sourced them all locally so that you could experience the local goodness, the regionalness. I had a friend of mine, who grew blackberries and raspberries, so that, I could go over to it in his backyard. They were absolutely full and they'd come through, pick them and take them, and then I could literally go eat them at dinner.
and that's
That keeping it regional, keeping it local. I look forward to that in cannabis because it's going to be like that. People are going to be like here in Northern California where they travel for wineries. People are going to travel to your cannabis equivalent that thereof so that they can see your crop, and then they can go in and sample your crop, and then they can get on your waiting list so that you can then mail them your crop, which is all the stuff they do currently with wine.
well,
Right? You have
that's
your flag out flying saying, "Hey, it's actually testing day. Come on in. You can taste what this harvest or last year's harvest, and see what it's going to be like." So
I
that
love that you said that and made that parallel because like a vision that I have, because I see the pathway for it. And I mentioned it briefly on the last Hash Church, but like, so imagine, as you just indicated, right? Like there's these special years, for cannabis and you got cold storage. So your same experience, a tourist wants to fly to Cali, they're going to the specific location where there's a consumption lounge. There's a special wine list, right? But a cannabis list, it's like, hey, this is the 2019 sour diesel grown on Mendocino County Hill, or this, Sun Hill Farms over here in Petaluma, California, the special, like whatever was special about that year. And so you can preserve that. And I mean, obviously to a capacity, but a week in advance, you call up and say, hey, I want an ounce of, that Jack Herrera that won the Cannabis Cup, in 2022, the last year or whatever that was. And you have that on reserve. And with the freeze dry process, I'm pulling it out and give me 72 hours, and that's going to be sitting on your table when you show up. There's your fresh ounce of that specific varietal that preserved everything. So I mean, that's an exciting, like, thing to think about where cannabis could go. And I mean, that's something that's been eye-opening for me as far as like where, it's, I mean, we talk about mids, because everybody grows them, but like there's something special about preserving the high end. That's what we're all trying to do here, right?
Well, we envisioned back in the day when we were back on tour, we used to envision, man, imagine a place that'd be, you could actually go and buy cannabis and, in a store any time of the day, right? There'd be like store hours and you could like pick different types of herb and different types of hash. Well, it started off with that concept and a dream and a giggle back in 1993, where today it's a reality. So, why can't we have these dreams and ideate them and make them a reality? TJ, your kids enjoy a place where they can, choose to go out and raise the flag today. Come on in and sample art. Nah, it's a kind of a not ready. We'll leave the flag down. We're just gonna chill in house. You
Uh,
know, that's cool shit. Someday somebody will have that.
It's inevitable, right? I mean, that's the talk with this federal, legalization and how, interstate transfer is probably one of in banking. Those are the biggest restrictions. Like this new, bill is interesting with what it's going to do for science and studies. I'm excited, to see. And there's some other stuff that's in there. But until but those are double-edged swords because as soon as we have, federal banking and as soon as we have interstate, then, things consolidate even more. So. Like, I mean, that's what this comes down to, man. We love what we do, and we have
There's a Gallo, but there's another 100 other family names all throughout here that only sell their wine through their mailing lists. You'll never find it if you go
private
there.
reserve. Yes.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
that's it. But they sell everything by mail order
And I think that's the
because
biggest
their
model.
reputation's good enough that TJ eventually everybody's gonna know. The same with
Yeah.
Rustin or the same with Bubbleman's
Yeah.
is people already going and looking for his name and understand his name because of what he's done. But now to be able to now preserve that and then to have those vintages available for people to sample in a way. Oh man, I would love to be able to, oh, you gotta try this, 2024, this is, hash plant. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, it's been, it's about 5 years it's been maturing as a hash. Oh, oh,
That'll
darn,
be that'll be the market awareness that we're looking for, right? Because people
you
are
know.
still, getting educated. I mean, it's come a long way, but yeah, that's a fun future to think about. Access is so what it's the gift, and that's something that we're able to do is kind of unpack the plant, fractionate everything out and kind of go any direction. And
Well, this
that's
is where I'm jealous of Canada and what Marcus and them are doing up there is everything comes through the mail. You can go to the mail now. They can't go and look at the cannabis as you can in some of the stores here. So there's a balance that comes with things, right? In the sense, but this is where if they had those types of access points, which I guess you couldn't do that type of model, Marcus, in Canada that allows for that type of farm to table, literally, right? Marcus, can you do that in Canada, such as the winery model?
We have a little bit. There's people who have applied and received farm to table. I think Carol and Dom have from Weeds. I think they have a farm to table out in Maple Ridge. I believe Kip, my buddy Kip from the Victoria Cannabis Club that Chimera works with doing some breeding for. I believe they have a farm to table. So it's here. It's certainly not at the level of we're at the beginning of farm to table. Wine is like exploded into farm to table tourism. It's an entire branch of tourism of people who get on buses and go
Right.
to
And that
wineries
took
and get
decades.
hammered. It took decades. Absolutely. It won't take decades for us. In the sense that it was the same thing when alcohol prohibition ended. I heard stories of 20 plus years before you saw a sign that said cold beer sold here in the window, right? After prohibition. So prohibition was like, okay, we're going to allow it, but it was like, it wasn't the way it is today at all. And then, things never happen the way we want them to happen. And I think it's You know, it's a biblical story, right? Like when Jesus shows up, he doesn't show up as a billionaire in a Lambo. He shows up as a homeless guy, giving you the opportunity to make a dick of yourself and treat him poorly. And so too do your manifestations come through that way. You often don't recognize them, and they blow right by a lot of people. People have things blow by them because they are so intent on seeing it happen the way they want it. No, 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 but I pictured it like this. Well, that's why you missed out, because you pictured it like this. What you should have done is manifested it and understood and recognized that it's going to show up in a way that you absolutely don't recognize. So try not to follow the, and it's always a negative, right? It's always a negative thought that allows something that you've manifested to blow by you. So there it is.
Seize the moment, man. Mom's spaghetti.
Yes.
No, that's wonderful. That excites me to know that concept is ideating for people, and it's becoming more of a reality. Because I agree. I don't think it'll take the time for the tourism already here. In one of my ex-employees here in California, Victor Pino, started Emerald Tours after I had to let him go when the government and all kinds of other shit happened. Dealing with 280E. And he basically drives groups of people around tours in Northern California where they take them to various dispensaries and grows, tailored off of where and how much time you have and what you want to see. And then he'll take you in a private vehicle so you can puff and, enjoy yourself, and you don't have to worry about driving, So those types of things are the creativity that our stoners have, where they're like, man, wouldn't it be cool if we, so I love this ideating and getting high and thinking about cool ways that we could expose people to more cool shit, just in the normal ways, that everyday normal ways that are accepted, such as drinking and with wineries.
Dude, I'm in wine country, so that's a great metaphor for you, for where we are sitting right now, because Kelowna and the Okanagan, they grow fruit here and they make wine here, and some of the largest wine. I mean, this has got to be like the Napa Valley of Canada.
Honestly,
You know what I mean? Like they have the largest, Go ahead.
I live in Sonoma County, which neighbors Napa County, and Sonoma County is the Pinot, and I have grapes growing all around me.
Us too.
Yeah.
What type of grapes are y'all growing up there in Canada? Because it's all dependent on regions, right?
Yeah, I'm not a big alcohol grape guy. I mean, Breeder Steve would be the person to ask that. He had a winery here for 15 years. It was called Rolling Dale. I think it still exists. He probably sold it by now and someone else owns it. But I know he was doing like reds and whites, and he was doing the ice wine. But in regards to the actual cultivars of grapes, I'm not really sure. Not a drinker. You were a drinker, TJ?
Yeah, I enjoy some beverages.
A little bit of, do you prefer wine or beer or both?
Like, I'm definitely hazies is my preference, but I love a good Pinot.
Okay.
On the occasion.
If it's all around you, right?
Yeah, the right meal, the right bottle, the right company, all those things, they tend to have a good little, and there's like, moderation's the key, just like with anything in life. We're not looking
Yeah,
for those.
I think abuse is the key, and I just like to abuse as many things as I possibly can. I'm writing a book about it actually, but I don't know if I'll be alive to finish it.
Love the euphemism.
Yeah, just being silly, I'm gonna head back into the lab. I think we got a little bit longer. I feel like we didn't go deep enough into cryo today. We're gonna have to do this episode again and go deep on cryo, but we might as well, finish it off. What do we got? Are we at 12:30 right now, or what time are we at?
Oh yeah, we're almost at 12:45.
Okay, so we got 15 more minutes. I'll finish it up in the lab. You want to say goodbye, Pooja?
Bye. Nice meeting everyone.
See ya.
We're gonna head on in for a little hash church finishing.
Well,
much easier.
Of hash, I'd like to, I got a little something I can share on my screen.
Well, please. We love people sharing on their screens.
Let's see here, man. Let's get a
dude. Is this the smallest Pelican case ever? Have you guys seen a smaller one?
That is small. I don't think I've seen a smaller one.
No,
though.
I have that size. That's the smallest that I've seen.
In the hash.
Shout out to Low Temp for hooking it up at my course last week or 2 weeks ago or whenever that was. What a fun time that was doing the bubble course. If you've got a lab out there in America that's set up for Solventless, you want to talk about doing a Bubbleman class, reach out to me.
We do, brother. So can you guys see my screen?
I'm on a phone, so I gotta switch. Yeah, it's coming on right now. Slowly.
You see some hash on there?
Not yet. It says
No, you
TJ,
can't
the
see
original
it.
Resinator,
We're
has
waiting for
started
this.
sharing.
Sometimes takes a second to propagate. We're waiting for the screen to pop up.
All right.
Well, taking a strangely long time though.
Should I stop share and try again?
I would say so.
Do that real quick.
We'll get it. We'll get it. It's not giving you the love today, TJ. I don't know what to say.
It's not. It was earlier.
I messed with you. I messed with you.
Man.
Maybe when I go up to my computer, I'll be able to. I don't know. I'm the moderator on the computer in the lab right now, so I feel much better after smoking that joint. Holy smokes! It's almost like cannabis is medicinal or something. Isn't that crazy? Almost as if. Oh, we see it. We see it.
All right. What's special about this, right, is so this is live sift, right? No water, no static, right? 2 minutes. Are you guys able to see that?
Oh yeah. Looks fucking awesome. I'm trying to get to my computer fast enough so I can see it there.
I got cat and mouth just looking at it.
Right. So I mean, what really will blow your mind here. So like I said, this is full outdoor, right? Full sun. So you usually you got to have indoor to get something like this. Not have used any water or any static. Like literally, this is a 150 mic, 2 minutes with the liquid nitrogen, and then
This is actually from the trim too, which is funny. It's from the byproduct of cryo trimming. So after we cryo trim the bud that we put in the freeze dryer, we have the cryo trim, and then we put that back in, and you can select different micron sizes. This obviously still has contamination, a little bit. It's got all the a lot of stems in there too, but you can further refine this before it starts to put it through other screens and try to remove some of those tails and clean it up a little bit.
here and then. So this is when you talk about aging it. So this is NitroSift as well. It's a different strain.
Slowly starting to grease up a little bit.
So I mean, when you're doing this in 2 minutes, Marcus, with no water, right? With no
What's
static.
your room temperature?
Well,
Cold.
we actually did this in a warm temperature room
Oh,
because the Resinator, the XLS,
Well, that's why it's greasing.
has liquid nitrogen.
well, he's holding it in the sun.
This had to go through a freeze dryer too. So this was fresh frozen trim, right? And then you sift it, and it lands like we're at like negative. We typically anywhere from negative 25 to negative 150 on our trim. But and then it lands in the base of the Resinator, right? And then you clean it into a pre-frozen container, a pre-frozen freeze dryer tray.
Mention the importance of drying in a freeze dryer with fresh frozen material, because I think some people are missing that page.
Well, if you don't dry it in a freeze dryer, you're gonna lose. Like, do you mean sift or like?
I mean fresh frozen sift. Fresh frozen sift that has wax membrane moisture that needs to be still dried.
Yeah. You got to put it in a freeze dryer. Otherwise, you're going to ruin the terpenes. You're going to ruin the There's too much. There's too much
Dude, I need to
cold
come
water
play with you
content in there.
guys. Can I come play with you guys?
You gotta pre-freeze the freeze dryer the same way you preheat an oven.
Yes, anytime, dude.
Dude, I want to play. I want to play. Where am I going? Where's that lab? Is that in Sonoma?
Yeah.
All right,
Santa
Sonoma.
Rosa.
That'll be my first trip to California ever, right there.
So, we're just showcasing Sift, right? You're just seeing how we're
Oh, yeah.
functioning at different levels. And I mean, so the live Sift and even infusing that into joints, is it's really special.
Well, once again, right, preserving all of those volatiles that were never preserved before. What was the percentage of heads that you got out of that? It must have been at least 40 or 50% heads when you sifted that with liquid nitrogen.
I don't know what I'm not sure what the percentage was of the heads, man, because we didn't
You should
separate it like that.
you should always use a microscope and find out what the purity of heads is, right? Like you take a picture of that single screen sift. Often dry sift is around 10% or 20% heads. But spreading it thin and figuring out a methodology. I mean, this is something you guys should just absolutely have. You should always, because when you say, oh, we put 1,000 grams in and we got 200 grams of sift out, well, 200 grams of sift could be 2% heads. It could be 19% heads. So the purity is an important factor in identifying what was actually extracted. That looks beautiful.
So this was 2-minute Sift that was turned into rosin on the top, and then the 5-minute was on the left, and the 10-minute was on the right.
Fuck, I'd hit them all.
Yeah, see, that's part of the kind of looking at color. You can skip the fraction and just kind of cut to what is your sweet spot if you like the color. But this was just no water. It's another, showcase of what you're able to do and different pathways here. So that's what I'm just trying to showcase for you guys is just some of the things that we're doing with Sift. Obviously solventless, terps, and A. Anyway, I think it's fun to share some hash picks. You're out there working with hash today, so at least I could do is share some of our work. And I think it's exciting to, we talk a lot about Sift to hydrocarbon. It's kind of meeting the market where it is because that's a big part of what we're doing with revolutionizing, that application. I mean, we're tip of the spear and it's kind of unprecedented. There's special systems out there, like we really love the Illuminated guys and their system is pretty amazing. And what it's able to do with Sift has just been unparalleled. But that's, people are just, it's expensive. It's not easy, barrier of entry. Things cost a lot of money and people have existing systems they want to make work. So retrofitting your system or, really trying to tailor to make your existing system work is a real thing that we try to focus on because not everybody has the budget, they've already built out. I mean, I love when a customer is just building out their facility because we can be a part of helping them steer, a lot of the directions and avoid some headaches. But at the same time, you got to meet people where they're at. And Sift to hydrocarbon, gets a lot of attention from us because the industry wants it. But the solventless side is the part where we're really getting to start to focus and narrow our efforts. And I think that first clip I was showing of that 2-minute Sift, that nitro Sift, is something that I think showcases where you're able to get the most. Like I was saying earlier, like get the cream off the top, send the rest for food grade, or like I just showed you that last rosin clip where we fractioned out the 2, the 5, and the 10-minute. So maybe you want a premium 5-star product that you put up and hey, let's do the 2-minute, and the rest goes to the food grade where you're actually just homogenizing and making the most sense of that. And that was still there's still plenty of material that went to hydrocarbon in that equation. So when you put all these pieces together, I mean that's the essence of what cold chain is providing with these live SKUs, and that's where we live. So if there was any questions any of you guys had, wanted to field, with the last 10 minutes, we'd love to get super deep and even cryo land, because we are, we know we're learning in real time, and so and we have access to more than we've ever had, and we're gaining knowledge, and we're keen to share. That's kind of why we try to open up the forum. So I don't know if anybody's got any of those questions that they wanted to make sure and got asked, or we're going to turn it over to Marcus and let him do his thing. But I just wanted to say thanks everybody for, really having us. It's been fun to listen to you guys talk some of the cutting edge legal components of, what we're all up against with this transition and pivot in the world of, because we all operate in a legal space. So it's a very relevant conversation for those considering our future. And same goes with our health, right? And you're doing some cutting edge stuff, Mark. Thanks for your contribution.
Thanks, TJ.
We're over here, gonna keep doing what we can with what we have to work with, and just telling our story. And appreciate you guys giving us a platform to share that. I hope that we all as a community get to continue to thrive and grow. And Marcus, appreciate you putting us all in a position to tell our story and share with the community some of the things that we're up to. And if anybody wants to reach out, like that's what we do. We're always here, you guys. We're available on every social platform. We're not hard to get, a hold of. Google us, and don't hesitate, man. Like reach out if we can help you, your farm or your facility. Just diversify. Get better. Do something different. Hey, you want to get familiar with cold chain process? We have the resources. This is what we're up to. So appreciate all that. And
Did you like my sound effect?
I did.
I appreciate you, TJ. I definitely see the value in what you guys are doing, man. You're creating a whole other, you're heading down a pathway that the industry is inevitably going to be led down. From the first time Indra mentioned liquid nitrogen here on Hash Church, which was, I don't know, when hashbible.org is live, we can ask the question. We'll find out exactly the date and the time and the stamp and the episode. I don't know if it was 10 years, but it might have been 10 plus years ago that he first mentioned liquid nitrogen. It wasn't for years after he mentioned that Baroni came out with Armstrong and the dude there from Precision that they started doing the cryo-can. And it just, like, when I saw that, I was like, well, if this isn't the unit, which the cryo-can did not end up being the unit. I know Matt's going to watch this and then text me and go, we're running thousands of pounds. I'm like, okay, whatever, no problem, no problem. But I just don't see it being the unit. I'm in the industry. I'm in fields of weed all the time, and I don't see it. But what I do see is I see your machine showing up in more and more places. And I know you say it's expensive, but like, isn't it just like 80 grand or something?
Yeah, 65.
That's not super expensive for a piece of equipment. Like my buddy just bought a joint rolling machine that was 119,000 US.
Yeah, a quarter mil
Yeah.
for those Blackbirds.
Yeah, this was a FX8, I believe, from Detroit. No, Detroit? Yeah. I think it was their pre-roll machine with it puts rosin and any other sort of extract into the joint as well. But I mean, listen, for what the machine does, I kind of was trying to explain to Pooja that the history of this industry is that, we're going to do all the same things we did, but instead of doing it with flour, we're going to do it with resin. And so, for me, the Sambo Creek filtration machine is going to be super key because when you're starting with Sift, well, you can take that Sift and you can purify it as little or as much as you want, right? There's always going to be a place for farmer's grade Sift. Farmer's grade Sift makes traditional hash. People who smoke traditional hash aren't interested in taking a rocket ship ride to the moon with 70% THCA. They want the warm hug that hashish has to offer, that warm, comforting friend on a rainy day, nice, little bowl of mac and cheese and a grilled cheese and tomato soup. Comfort. It's comfort. This is the opposite of what dabs and whatnot are. So I love the idea of the future. I tried to explain to Pooja, one day you guys are going to be putting socks in your extractors full of just heads. And then you will see that it's no more work. It's the same amount of labor and time and energy. And you're just going to get an 85% yield instead of a 23% yield. So you'll see quickly people will be very into it. And from my perspective, like people are, what about the water hash world? Well, dude, as long as it's cold supply chain and the heads show up like sand in a 55-gallon barrel drum, I can run them through vibratory sieves and collect the 73 and the 90, and I can collect the 120. I can take the rest and put it into food grade. I can put this over here. Once you have control of isolating your ingredients, even though they're all heads and they're all cannabis, I use the metaphor of like, if I'm going to bake something, well, I can't just bake with butter. I need the flour and I need a little sugar and a little vanilla and some eggs. And that's what all these things are. And when I get the grades, what I find I can do is I can come up with all sorts of cool grades of hashish. Look at that. Boom, right on my computer.
That's
That's
pub material right there.
That's the sticky. That's the sticky. And this is not bubble. This is farmer's grade dry sift that is around 40% THCA.
Love it. Isn't it nice that we can like dial the radio dial just like a little bit one way or the other to achieve the desired, potency and purity of the product?
Well, everyone's different, and people, and like I learned this as a professional photographer, posting the pictures I think are the best are not the ones that other people think are the best. And so when you're in a position to bring products to the world, and it's a, you have to get out of your own head. Ideally, you'd listen to the people who are purchasing said products, and try not to produce, for a while I thought everyone in the world needed full melt, and I didn't care about what anyone said. I just said, look, if you had full melt, I know you think you like that flower, I know you think you like that, but if you had this, you would not like that. I promise you. That's how insane I was in my head. And now I'm like, dude, the value of all the differences, that is the value. It's the spice of life. You gotta have the different spices.
Brother. Preach.
All right. Well, I guess before I go back to work, I will wrap up another episode of Hash Church 1257. That was pretty damn good. I want to thank Puffco for sponsoring, for lacing me up. They're going to hook me up in Chicago. They're going to hook me up back in Denver. They just laced me up in Michigan. They just laced me up in Denver. And generally, when they lace me up, I give it to awesome people when I leave the state so that other people are getting laced up. So please don't think I have a collection of 1,000 Puffco pipes. Try to keep it just one or two and give the rest out to the people. So cheers to Jolly Roger and James and Scott and Chelsea and the whole Kevin, the whole team over there. Fucking awesome people. And also, thank you, Jeffrey, from the press club. Really appreciate you guys supporting us over the last couple of years. And I've now got the Press Club products on my website. So I'm happy to help those guys move rosin bags and other products. And yeah, of course, thank Bubble Bags, because I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that crazy company coming into being. Who would have thought it? Now, how did that company come into being? Well, I obviously manifested it, but how did it actually come into being? I got arrested with 16 pounds and $6,000 cash at a roadblock in 1998. Thought it was the end of the world. Woe is me, this, that, and the other thing. And then the mushrooms reminded me, wouldn't that be interesting if this was your opportunity that you manifested, but you didn't recognize it and it blew right by you? So I stopped in my tracks and I said, well, wait a minute, maybe this is that. And my wife and I started Fresh Headies and we created Bubble Bags. And the rest is history, all manifested through being arrested and put in jail and having everything from me taken was the birth of the Bubble Bag Company. So I'll finish it on that. May the full melt bless your bowls sooner than later. Thank you, everyone, for showing up every Sunday. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank Bingo Lombardi for holding it down in the chat room, literally on the regular. He's throwing up everyone's Instagrams. He's just awesome. We love you, buddy. Thank you guys for showing up. Rustin, for being a little nervous today, but I think you did great. I didn't see any nervousness from you, bro. It was awesome.
Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks for having
Thank you
us.
to TJ for bringing him in and coming in and being a leader in his community. And thank you for igniting a fire under my ass, because I'm fucking coming to Sonoma County, baby. I am coming. That is for sure. That's going to be my first trip to California. So awesome.
All right.
Super stoked.
Thank you, Etienne. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Marks.
Thank you, Marks. I'm going to call it a day, everybody. Peace out.
Bye, everybody.
Later. Thanks, guys.